1 second. Oh, okay. How about on Wednesday?
Okay, you could call me on the phone. You'll call me.
I will. Oh, yeah, we'll be talking about the budget. That's what.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the City of Urbana City Council Special Meeting. I do want to let people know that we have 3 separate meetings scheduled for tonight. The first will be a special City Council meeting. That'll be followed by a public hearing through the Committee of the Whole on the budget, and followed by the Committee of the Whole meeting. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu? Here. Mr. Evans?
Here.
Miss Hersey?
Here.
Miss Colasetti?
Here.
Miss Bishop?
Here.
Miss Wilkin? Mr. Quisenberry?
Here.
Mayor Marlin?
Here.
Point of order, Councilmember Wilkin has said that she's on the line, but is still getting wait music, so I just want to make sure that was clear that she's trying to join.
Next up is approval of minutes. I don't believe we have minutes tonight. There are no additions to the agenda. We have no presentations scheduled. This brings us to public input. Does anyone wish to address this special city council meeting?
I could defer. Why don't I? Okay. Paul Muth, 207 West Illinois. I was here several meetings ago, and I actually played an NPR coverage of Minneapolis police reforms into the microphone. I thought it worked quite well, and I did it to highlight the community responder program that they've initiated, which eliminates police calls to, is this loud enough? Groups, incidents that don't require anybody with a gun. But the other part that came out I found interesting too, and I think the people that are opposing expansion of police after so many budget increases over the last 5 years for the police wouldn't object to that program, and that was something that could be described as monitoring the police for stress, possible problems with them doing their duties well. It is a stressful job, we'll all admit that. But that's a program that I had not heard of before, and I don't know if there's anything comparable to that inside the current police system here presently. I've never heard of anything like that. Maybe it's done informally, but they have actually officially have it and did a hire for someone to actually monitor and talk to people after maybe particular stressful events and that sort of thing in their lives on the job and perhaps off the job. So that's the early intervention system, they were calling it. And I thought that deserved highlighting because it isn't just community alternative policing and community responders that aren't armed. I've attended a number of the meetings at the IMC, public safety meetings, and I did want to reprise at the top, and I'm remembering now that Minnie from the NAACP called for some public meetings, at least one. She's generally supportive of, we'll call the Norfolk model, and it does look quite good, but if the reform doesn't start with looking at community responders and just putting more hires in the police department, I see it as flawed from the get-go. I really think that social programs and other intervention are really necessary after hearing some of the statistics about poverty in Urbana, which isn't, the obscuring of the student income is not part of that. And actually students go to food banks now, so they have a poverty problem as well. And I think that's the root of a lot of, you don't have to go to Les Miserables and look at the guy that's stealing a loaf of bread and becomes a champion. The people like George Will actually appreciated that idea. But I'm getting too literary here, I guess. Not that I've seen it in a while. But things like, even in Southern Illinois, Carbondale spent $1.1 million of the American Rescue Plan for stress trauma treatment centers, girls and boys clubs, the library, and our alternative sports program through Carbondale Junior Sports. all of which I think should be part of the budget, because the budget actually, as they say, it is a moral document, and what we do with the resources we have does define us at a community. And I've been agitating for people to write in. I don't know where the clock is anymore. Oh, there it is. For people to write in, and I assume those will be read into the record at some point. And I was going to urge that Champaign natives, residents, citizens, write in, not with anything but just maybe anecdotes from their programs, because I'm in the position of being envious of some of the intervention programs that Champaign has that Urbana doesn't have. So obviously, it looks like Chief Boone isn't here, but I'd specially prepared a line for him, which was, he was quoted as saying that policing 101 was what he wanted to institute. I think in a college community, we could have some 400 level police reform. So thanks for bearing with me, and step right up.
My name is Tamika Davis. I'm from Champaign, Urbana. I work with First Followers from the beginning. My story is a little different. You guys are asking for 15 police officers. I'm asking for more resources for mental health, for suicide prevention. I hold a picture of my nephew, Bennett Ironman. The police knew that he wanted to kill himself. They did nothing. They took no measures to help my nephew. He told the police officer, if you approach me, I'm going to kill myself. They did nothing to help him. He walked in Myers. He walked around Myers. He went to the restroom of Myers. He stepped out of Myers. And the police said, Bennett Ironman. And what he had in his hand, he dropped, and he was able to pull a gun out and shoot himself. What was the resources? But y'all have shut a whole highway down for somebody to say they're going to jump off a bridge. Is nothing set in place to help mental health people. When the police get there, it's all aggression. Why? Because if you can't handle it, get somebody that can. Pay into the city, pay into resources that's going to help these situations, especially suicide. Me and my family still has to suffer, and he left a 13-year-old here. Now, I'm not going to act as if he was innocent, because he was not. But it was resources to stop this, to stop the suicide. Where was it set? Nothing was put in place. Nothing was implemented. Nothing at all. And we suffered the death. We suffered just saying what could have happened. What was the preventive measures to this? There was none. So before you allow 15 more officers, what about getting people that's going to help the mental health people? And that's what it's all about. As citizens together, as people, as humans, help us help our community. And not just a person showing up with a gun. That heightens the situation. It don't help the situation. Because sometimes an officer will get out with aggression, and guess what that's gonna do? That's gonna make me aggressive. But if you come somebody else without this blue suit and a gun approaching, maybe y'all get different results. And that's what it's all about. But this picture I hold in my hand, this could have been prevented. This could have been prevented. My nephew would still be here if it was put in place. He walked around a store, went to a bathroom,
Ma'am,
and came out.
please address the city council. Thank you.
And he came out and he shot himself. And they knew it. Thank you.
It's hard to come up here behind that. My name is Janice Walker. I reside in Urbana. I also work for First Followers. And I just want to tell you a short story about a client that I serviced approximately 2 months ago. This client had been incarcerated for over 5 years. He actually spent his time on parole in prison because he had nowhere to go. When he came out, he was given, of course, a bus ticket to a small town south of here, and some way, somehow, he found himself in Champaign looking for First Followers. Lo and behold, he's walking down the street, and some of our personnel saw a man walking down the street looking aimless and with a jail bag, and, hey, you must be looking for us. And he was. Came in, told his story. Come to find out, he had experienced a severe brain injury where he had been in confinement a lot of the time that he was in prison, probably to keep him safe, which was the same predicament he was going to find in the streets of Champaign, Urbana. Not being suitable to be on the street, we took up the charge to get him temporarily in a hotel, get him stabilized through collaboration with Rosecrans. I want to give Rosecrans a lot of credit for what they did with this man along with First Followers. We together, collaboratively, got him off the street into a group home. He is doing very well because he's stabilized. You guys, if people don't have a roof over their head and they don't have food to eat and they don't have medical attention, mental health, wellness services, this is going to blow up in our faces. It's blowing up in our faces. What does more policing do? It's been proven. It only gets worse. It's been proven over and over and over and over in major cities that it doesn't allow healing, hope. We can do something different here. We have the opportunity to do something different here. But yet we want to go down the same old road that we know doesn't work. Why? Why? Tell me why. You don't have to deal with the people that I deal with. day in and day out, calling me, telling me they're sleeping in their car. Can I give them a hotel stay somewhere? I don't make that kind of money, but I do it anyway. We can do better. I know we can. Hurt people. Hurt people.
Hello, City Council. This is Sarah Nixon. I am a longtime Urbana resident, and I work and pay taxes in Urbana. And I just wanted to come tonight to state that I think, based on what we've seen so far, that we are lucky to have Chief Boone here. And I think it's clear that our new chief brings a history of success, a history of actually implementing and initiating programs and practices that work, that impact the crime. And I also see that Chief Boone cares about minority issues, including issues that are very important to me, domestic violence, family violence, child abuse. And I think it's important, too, that Chief Boone has the confidence of the majority of the minority community in Urbana. Also want to say, people are saying, wait for the Barry Dunn report, wait for the Barry Dunn report. I think the Barry Dunn undertaking is a huge distraction and a tactic to delay issues and the community's outcries and demands for an alternative response model beginning in 2010, and here we are in 2024. I don't think we're going to have any fantastic revelations from the ultimate Barry Dunn report, and I can tell you that Michelle Weinzel, I hope I'm saying that name correctly, who spent the vast majority of their life as a white male authority chief of police, does not speak for me as a woman, does not address women's issues, didn't address domestic violence issues any more than in passing at the public conversations that I attended, and from what I see so far. And I think it bears emphasizing that no less than a university professor who is an expert in statistics had to come here twice, not once but twice, to point out the flaws, is putting it politely, in the report documents so far. If that were to have been handed in an academic context, the grade received would have been an F, and also facing possible sanctions for plagiarism. Forgotten my next point about Barry Dunn, but if it comes back, I will make it. I recently submitted a FOIA for materials that would document conversation between Urbana and our local domestic violence agencies over the past period of time, when the period of time during which Chief Boone has been in office. What I see in the results, which I haven't studied in detail yet, is that Chief Boone is already working with the community agencies. I know from local domestic violence professionals that until now, the conversation has been sluggish at best between the UPD and those in the community that work to address these problems. And I just want to say, can we allow Chief Boone to continue the work he's doing? I'm not saying fund what might be exorbitant funding demands immediately rushing into that. But I think what I'd like to see is everyone working together to support the chief. He has experience and know-how. I think he could do really good things, and I jumped ahead. From what I'm seeing in the FOIA, responsive FOIA materials, he's initiated a really valuable conversation, and it's not just a conversation. He's bringing domestic violence onto the agenda, back onto the table, and I want to see that continue. And I think, like I said, I think really good things can happen, and I just really felt it important to come in and state this because critique of issues is good, but let's support the chief and allow him to do his job, because I think he can do a really great job. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephen McGuire. A budget is a moral document, and preparation of the budget is indicative of how one's morality is changing. The fact that the mayor promised Chief Boone the votes of the city council while interviewing him and not consulting the city council, and that she plans to just leave after implementing a fiscally irresponsible budget that taxes will have to be increased for, but she isn't going to be around for that. That's indicative of immoral disrespect. The fact that you are willing to spend, I believe it's $4.6 million that the police are asking for, that's 15 times, over 15 times as much on police as social services. That voices a lack of care. And I know why you care 15 times as much for them as for us. When Tamika tells her heart-wrenching story about her nephew's suicide, that doesn't hit you in the pocketbook. When the police come to you, you know it may. Also, I'm disturbed by Chief Boone talking about surgical deployments in poorer neighborhoods and neighborhoods where gun violence has occurred. Surgical deployment is a military term, and this indicates that he's thinking about these problems through a military lens. Militarization of the police has harmed so many communities. My main message for all of you is you don't have to vote on this so quickly. Gather information. As flawed as the Barry Dunn report is, search for as much data as you can. Find out, talk to your constituents. You don't have to vote immediately on this. If it's good policy to increase the police budget, you can still do it a few weeks later. And slow down and listen to your constituents. Thank you.
My name is Alexandria Stone, and I've been a CU resident for about 3 years. Last week, a police officer spoke about why he felt as though the Urbana police needed a budget increase. He told us essentially that he deserves a salary of $94,000 because of his long days, 16-hour shifts, always being on call. But those aren't circumstances unique to being a police officer. The police training program at UIUC costs around $7,000 for the 16-week program to become a police officer. Far cheaper than college and a fraction of the time. Yet, they make more than so many people with college degrees do. They complete their job training with little to no debt, while social workers, doctors, and teachers are burdened with student loan debt for years to come. And there is no real evidence that being a cop is more dangerous than any other profession. Realistically, they are the cause of danger, the source of escalation in many scenarios that they are in. If the police feel overworked with their 16-hour shifts, we come here presenting and fighting for a solution. Giving them $2 million to further enable their work is not the solution. The solution is alleviating the work, Give the $2 million to the community, to social work, not-for-profit centers who desperately need more caseworkers, to homeless shelters and temporary homes that help families transition into more stable housing. People do not commit crimes because they want to. People resort to criminal activity out of desperation. If we prioritize the well-being of our community, most of the crime will sort itself out. If our community is well-fed, housed, taken care of both mentally and physically, the work of the police will decrease naturally. The 16-hour shifts will go away. Lives will be saved when simple mental health calls are not met with a gun, but with a trained crisis response team. Each and every one of us will be safer and happier if we fund our communities, neighbors, teachers, and social workers, rather than our police departments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Zelli, and I've lived in the CU community for over 30 years. So I'm struck by a few things. Like last week, we heard from a police officer in public comment asking us to look into these Cahoots-style programs, look at the data, when clearly he hadn't done that himself. He was curious about how many calls still needed police interaction. One of the large concerns the chief has about having these programs outside the police and having these people deployed without an accompanying police officer. And this case study from 2019 for the Cahoots program was that 300 phone calls out of 24,000 that year needed a police to come out with the social workers. We're curious about how we're going to fund and find someone who's interested in working here. And yet I find the main thing hitting the media about having trouble finding a social worker is whether they have to directly work with the police or not. Because they're worried that they're doing more harm to their community than they are good by interacting directly with the police officer. We have no data that the police officer need to be deployed to every single call. None of the programs and none of the pilots and none of the case studies nationwide show that. And yet that is a deep data-driven concern by the chief that presented an entirely adolescent budget proposal that didn't have any numbers or graphs, right? So he wants to be data-driven with anecdotes and stories while asking you to fund more positions and more overtime, something you wouldn't have allowed the fire department to do. You expected the fire department to actually have a good budget. You're willing to hand the police millions for something a middle schooler could have done. I don't understand it. I'm struggling to understand any of this. Basically, I think the police nationwide want police alternatives to be incorporated into their budget because it gives them budgetary control. It gives them power over money. They want the police involved in every call, and they want to control all of the hires and the budget around all of those positions. It's a power play. We don't need that. We just need the money going to public safety or some other department, and you can have them still work with dispatch. It would be like the police asking to control the fire budget. 911 still gets you a fire dispatch. You don't need police in control of this element of the budget. That's not structural. And I think that the mayor is interested in funding a fiscally responsible budget that doesn't account why did the grocery tax, we need to repair that. We need to refund that. Urbana needs to refund that. Urbana needs to fund all of this new expansion. And yet this budget doesn't accommodate any of the tax increases. And old versions of it did. So why did you and the city manager and the finance department pull that out of this budget proposal? Why is this special hearing not include any of our tax revenue? Why are we passing a budget with a shortfall? You are here for fiscal responsibility. You always have been. It was one of the things you campaigned on, Mayor, and you're gonna leave us with a budget and ask the next mayor to fund it? There's power plays going on here when the community should come first. So I thank the representatives here that are actually listening to their constituents.
Hey there, City Council. My name is Ben Jocelyn. I'm an Urbana resident. First, I want to say while I have lots of known qualms about the Barry Dunn report, I absolutely reject the anti-trans rhetoric used by an early commenter when talking about that report. That has no place here. Second, Second, I want to talk about a specific line item in the budget revision, I believe from last year. There's a fund that's $105,000 on page 46 that's being swept from the set aside that was used to fund the budget for the police survey. And the study of public safety, and it's being put back into the general fund because, and it sort of says, because this study has been funded, we're going to put that fund back into the budget so that they can be used for new expenditures. I don't think that anyone here believes that the work of that study has been done yet, and I would very much like to see that set aside, and if you need help finding it, I think, like, on the document I saw is page 46. It's an item under police, and there's first a segment about something else, but the, like, 3rd through 5th sentences are about that. And I'm happy to talk to anyone about that. Next, I want to just sort of talk about all the things that we've done. We tried so hard for so many years, whether it be build programs, not jails, CU Citizens for peace and justice. We've been looking for alternatives for decades. Giant crises came up, and we sort of said, we really want another model of public safety, and you worked to provide that for us. And I am so grateful to you for that. We started this work, and again, while I know that you have heard my qualms with Barry Dunn's report and their conclusions, they have good data. One of the most important parts of that data has been reviewed by a couple of the folks in the crowd, and they looked at some of the numbers that they used to determine calls for service and responding to the current caseload. And the current caseload is more than the demands that our police department can find with the way that we're currently spending our time. But one of the other things they found is that our department averages longer per call than all other departments. And one of the reasons I believe that that's true is you don't just look at how many, like, one single officer, the time from start to finish, but you look at backup. And if you look at the folks who are responding in this town, I think that more often than not, we have more backup, which I also appreciate. But it is not the necessity that so many folks have. I think that, like we said, there's so many problems that, while I'm glad I'm not responding to shootings, and I think that the police are the folks who I would call if someone was shooting. If we want to solve, they're there for response to shootings. If we want to keep shootings from happening, we need to solve problems that the police have never and will never solve. So I'm not here for, I don't think that the alternative response should live in the police department. I think that there is no way that that will ever serve people who've been wronged by the police department in the past, because they'll be more hesitant. I think that a large section of this is domestic violence. We know that there's data out there about undocumented families and their inability to get help because the police department may deport them or their family members. I have talked to folks in the trans community who, and which I am part of, yeah, I think we have plenty of city employees who save more lives every year. I think that long-term investment in safety is investing in people's lives, and I think that it's really dangerous when the request for more funds is not based on data. Chief Boone has sort of said that his he's a data-driven person, but when he came to you for a budget response, he had nothing but emotional calls. When we do that, you're put in a position where to say that you approve of Chief Boone and believe in what he's doing, you have to argue on emotional grounds. And while there's lots of people here who have very radically different opinions about what policing should look like, whether or not it should be in the police department or community response should live outside of it, or whether or not we should get rid of the police altogether, our request that we don't fund a radical expansion of the police department is not a radical demand. It is a very, very moderate position that is being framed as, like, not expanding the police is a moderate position. A radical expansion of the police is a dramatically different type of position. And yeah, I really appreciate all your time and hope you have a lovely rest of your night.
Hello, good evening. My name's Jane McClintock. I'm a resident of Urbana, and I've been helping with a petition on this issue, and I just wanted to give a quick update on the petition. I know I sent the numbers to you guys this morning, but I thought I'd come back. Even as I was writing it, we had 2 more. I almost wrote you back, but now we're at 618, and with the most of those coming from Ward 5, Chandra's ward 2nd, largest number coming from Jaya's ward, and 3rd largest number from Mary Alice's ward. So that is total in Urbana, not including today because I didn't have time, of 335 in like voting wards, and then in Urbana addresses, 358. So I want to thank everyone for participating. It's really helpful to hear from constituents, I'm sure, sitting in a role of representation. And our hope in putting this petition together was to make it easier for you all to hear from your constituents, and I hope it did help you. We tried to take what we'd heard in our public safety forums early in the spring and kind of coalesce that into what we thought we were hearing from the community. But as I interacted with people around this petition, I was really blown away by the level of engagement, the level of knowledge, experience, just like the nuances of ideas that people had around this petition. And I realized that there was no way that in a few sentences we could capture it. And so I really hope that people also have been reaching out to you in person and sharing their thoughts. I've really learned a lot from folks. We've been talking to lots of people in human service professions, teachers, social workers, nurses, a retired police officer, someone who volunteered with CASA for a long time, court-appointed special advocates. And people had so many experiences. Some people were really not sure that we needed response. What they really came out and they said, we need services. Like me in my position as a teacher, I'm like, I can call a police officer and they can come, and most of the time, I have a decent experience, and that's all well and good, but then it's heartbreaking for me and the police officer that we cannot send the student to, the maybe addiction recovery that they need or the mental health service that they need. So that was a pretty big theme, but I will say that even bigger was just people thought that it made a ton of sense that we should send the right person to the right call. And they just thought, if we have a mental health problem, if somebody is threatening suicide, like this heartbreaking story we've heard, we need to send someone who has training in that. And they were like, well, we wouldn't want to be in the position to have to respond to that kind of specialized crisis without training, and we shouldn't put our police officers in that position. Finally, I think the thing that was really universal was just the understanding. And I was surprised how much people were paying attention to this and knew what was going on. And they were like, but why are they doing this now? I don't get it. What's the rush? Crime is at a low. We're in the middle of this study. Even if the study is not everything we want it to be, we're still figuring it out. We still have community organizations that have expertise, and we're coming together to figure something out because we want it, because we've been saying we wanted it for years. And there's no rush to do this now. So I will say that, coming away from this, I feel a lot of optimism that we really can all come together, that, I think that you guys might feel like, oh my God, we have to do something now because everybody's telling us not to do something now, and, then they'll disappear, and what will we be left with? But I really don't think that's the case. I really think people are paying attention to this, they're invested in it, and they care about it, and they'll be here for the long run with you, supporting you on doing something that really matters and that's really popular. And they're not going to be, they're not in it to denigrate the police or ruin their day. They're just saying, hey, we need something else. We need this, and it's not, so I just want to say I had a lot of hope in our community, and I hope that we can build on the Venn diagram of where, I've been hearing from the police officers, and they're saying, hey, we don't have enough services for people. We don't have enough, that we can offer, and it's, all we can do is respond, and it's and we want these more positions because we need more of us to do this. And, so I hear that, but I also am I think we're actually trying to build on the fact that we want that job to be easier. So I've taken my time, and I really appreciate your time and attention and your service.
Good evening. I'm James Kilgore, resident of Urbana and also from First Followers. I almost didn't come to the meeting tonight because one of the people that we provide services for called me and wanted me to bring him his medication because he had fallen down the stairs and hurt his back. I suppose I could have dialed 911 and asked for somebody to go do a wellness check on him. But this is someone who has a long history of incarceration, is not going to be welcoming the police at his door when he's in pain. And I had to say, I'll come by later because I need to come to this meeting because important things are happening here. So I want to reiterate some of the things that other people have said. And my major point, which several people have already made, is slow down, slow down, slow down. There is no rush to finish, to do this and leave the job half done. Because once we cross that line, we're not coming back. So some things I would like to see finished. Everyone has said, yes, we want to see the end of the Barry Dunn report. That's taxpayer money that's going to be completely wasted if we don't even look at it before we make decisions on how to spend money. Secondly, there's been a recent report on use of force that hasn't even been looked at, that needs to be, that hasn't been looked at and needs to be thoroughly interrogated. Thirdly, to my knowledge, I haven't seen any survey of this community where this hub is supposed to go. What do the people that live in the Silver Water area, what are they saying about police? And what are they saying about other alternatives? Because it's one thing to go into a community and say, do you want more police? It's another thing to go into a community and say, well, you can have more police, or you can have more daycare, you can have more jobs, you can have more streetlights, you can have better housing, you can have lower rents, et cetera, et cetera. And if you conduct a survey which offers people a range of options, like we did at First Followers in 2022, we found that people looked for almost every alternative besides policing to deal with the issue of community violence. So, lastly, I just want to say that I'd like to see you explore no budget increase and set yourself up to amend the budget later when you've done a thorough study of the issues behind what we're looking at today. And to follow up on an issue that was raised last week, President Obama's task force report. President Obama's task force report says community policing units should not be part of police departments. They should be a standalone entity to serve the community, not embedded in the police department. And the proposals that we've seen have embedded that unit in the police department. We want those responders, but we don't want them embedded in the police department. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I was sent up here last minute to represent CU Trauma Resiliency Initiative to speak on the topic at hand. I spoke with Chief Boone after the coalition meeting back on Wednesday to offer our free services and support to Urbana, Champaign, and all the areas in Champaign County. We are doing groups across the cities. We're offering free mental health support throughout the county. We are responding when individuals are shot, stabbed, attempted suicide, and other traumas, and they come into call, they call our number. And we send staff over to respond, to offer our supports and services. Some accept it, some don't. But we show a presence. We've connected with different agencies throughout the community to offer free training, Trauma 101, Healing Solution, whatever the case might be, whatever you need, wellness. We offer all of that for free because we care about the community. I'm not anti-Chief Boone. I think he's a good guy. I'm not anti-law enforcement. However, I do believe there's a certain way of doing things. And establishing quality relationships is always number one. I haven't been in here since Imani was born. 6 years ago. This raggedy blanket that she's holding on to marked some of my traumas as far as the energy that I put into CU Fresh Starts, the gun deterrence initiative that was brought to this community that had great purpose, but to me was not fulfilled. We had a steering committee of everyone you can want at that table, but individuals were more concerned about how much money I made compared to their probation officers, why I'm carrying these individuals to their court appointments, all kind of silly stuff. No one was bringing resources. Access to resources is an important part of this equation. Adding law enforcement is not going to change your community. I'm sorry. Adding a social worker is not. We have to figure out how to gain resources. So again, I've opened myself up to come to any meeting, anybody is having. You can reach out to me. Our phone number, 673-7122. You can email me, Donte, D-O-N-T-E, at traumaresiliencyinc.org. I'm here. We're putting on events throughout the summer, throughout the year. I'm here. I'm at the beat dancing and passing out flyers. I'm anywhere I need to be, at churches, doing the North End. We are door to door, whatever it takes, we're doing that. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the first student that I lost to gun violence. October 9th, 2009, P.Y. Carrington. We stopped calling his name, and he's the reason why we have the Champaign Coalition. The reason. So let's not forget our community. Let's stop waiting downstream on these dead fish. We need to get on upstream and figure out what's going on. And I do agree with being patient as we figure this out collectively, because without the resources, we don't have, without the relationship, we don't have anything. Those participants was holding on because they had a trusted face in front of them. And so let's not do that again. Let's all collectively work together and make this happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Faith Ryan. I've been an Urbana resident for 5 years now. I'm here again asking the council to delay the police budget's expansion in order to collect adequate community and stakeholder input. I hope that that ask is clear enough for you. At yesterday's town hall, we highlighted the lack of resources available to people ages 17 to 30. People ages 17 to 30 have nothing to do because we siphon resources out of the community and into militarized policing. People 17 to 30 are here, coming to city council every week, fighting for something to do. We are fighting for the ability to have the resources you say we need so badly. Activism and engaging local governance is the only institutional outlet we have. I'm 23. I don't want to spend my Monday evenings doing this, but I am because I deserve better, and all of us in here deserve better. It feels as if there is no place for emotions, especially like anger and frustration here. It is hard to pull yourself from politics because politics are inherently personal. I'm one of the people who was in the room that so desperately needed resources, who was burnt out, who was facing job and income and housing security. I shouldn't have to know you for you to care and to hear me. I live here and that should be enough. Grace isn't here, and she called me out during last week's meeting, and it reminded me that I don't know still if you understand the fundamental thing about what I was saying. This is why I don't think you're listening to me. And Chris, again, I thank you for reaching out to me a couple weeks ago. I wasn't asking for help with my assault. My community is helping me, for which I am endlessly grateful. I wanted you to consider my traumatic experience with police brutality in the public comment as one more reason to not approve this budget's expansion right now. If you, the thing is like you can help me, and it's by not approving the budget as it is. Like, I know you said you couldn't, and that's not what I was asking for, but when I think about it, you can, and it's listening to all the people who are asking you to slow down. So, thanks.
Hello, my name is Kate. I don't have a planned speech today. I just want to come up here and say that I'm also asking that you delay the police budget or just don't give them millions more dollars. There's so many of us here who have been here before or haven't been here before who are showing up and telling you that we don't want this. And it's your job to listen to us. I think tonight is going to, we all know that you value money more than us. I guess tonight is a measure of how much, but please just listen to your constituents. You've already heard so many stories of just how much police have hurt our community. And there's a reason that we don't trust police, because so many of us in this room have been victims or been witnesses to police violence. And I've seen how messed up the system is. Police never are held accountable, and they're allowed to do whatever they want. We don't want more police. We don't need more police either. As someone who's going to school to be a social worker, what someone said earlier about not wanting to work with the police, I would be willing to be on a crisis response team, but not if I'm working with police. There is no way I could ever work with police. And you'll find so many social workers who would be willing to work as crisis responders if they didn't have to work with police. There's no reason to put them together. You don't need to respond to mental health situations or to simple non-violent crimes with a gun. There's no reason to. And I think that you'd find that a lot of situations would not become violent if you did not send police with guns who use aggressive, escalating tactics out to respond to them. So please do not pass this police budget. We're all begging you not to. We are doing what you say you want, which is to come to you and voice our opinions. So please listen to us and don't fund the police. Thank you.
So, like pretty much everybody else here, I don't want you to fund the police because I just have a simple question. Is this the city of Urbana or the police precinct of Urbana? Because more and more so, it looks to me like cities across the country are choosing to be police precincts instead. You are funding more and more police and causing more and more violence in our communities. They become larger and larger parts of the budget as social services dwindle. Police are inherently reactive, and they are not capable of preventing crime because they cannot come until 911 is called. If you really want to help out your communities and you really want to make a better life for your constituents, you need to engage in preventative care, tackle things that are the root cause of so-called issues like stealing and fraud and things like that, because those are acts of desperation. If you want to prevent those, prevent poverty, prevent inequality, prevent these racist and homophobic and white supremacist and bigoted systems from continually oppressing people across the nation. We are seeing cop cities getting built all over. I don't think anybody in this room thinks we need to militarize police more. There's already enough violence. There's already enough people dying. In 2021, our precinct committed acts of force about 150 times, and 74% of the time, those were against African Americans. Police don't do anything to help out the community in terms of crime prevention. I'm glad we have them here in case of active shooters, but as said earlier, that's a handful of cases compared to the 24,000 times police are called yearly. Do something to help out your community. Just buy an apartment complex and house the homeless. That alone would save countless more lives than another dollar going to a police precinct that is this racist and this antiquated. Police started about during slave patrols, and ever since then, they have done nothing but protect property and harm people. I can tell that most of you are unfortunately thinking more about the property than the people in your community. I can tell that you are more concerned with protecting infrastructure, and you think that violence against property is a bad thing. You think it is immoral for people to protest. You think it is immoral for people to tread on grass and have an encampment, and I think that is the issue. So again, I ask you, is this the city of Urbana where you care about your constituents and you fund preventative care programs and mitigate poverty, or is this the police precinct of Urbana? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Chenoweth. I'm the Cunningham Township Supervisor, Vice Chair of the Continuum of Service Providers of the Homeless, and Board Chair for CU Public Health. First off, I have been doing this work long enough to know that the larger the numbers get, the more abstract they become for policymakers. So I want to bring home what $1 million or $2.5 million means. But let's just talk about $1 million. $100,000 would put every known homeless resident we work with, we are the only street outreach group in town, 40 residents in housing and case management during the hottest and coldest 4 months of the year. 200, and we were recently turned down by the state for that, so I don't have that program. $240,000 literally ended literal homelessness for families in Urbana. With a fraction of this money, we could fund the reopening of the living room by Rosecrans, which is the #1 safety investment that you could be making right now. $50,000, half of one patrol officer, will pay for every Urbana resident with their power and water shut off to have it turned on for a year, like pay 1 year of that budget. $1 million would buy 20 social workers. If you cut that down to just $300,000, you could pay for 5 FTE responders to provide 24/7 response. I recently sat in a meeting 2 weeks ago where a dozen women and 1 man discussed for 2 hours where we could find $6,800 for short-term hotel stays for homeless families because ROE had lost their funding. I literally sat there, and at the end of the meeting, I said, well, Urbana is talking about raising the police budget by another $2.5 million on top of what they just did the last 2 years. Maybe you should talk to Urbana. We can fund alternative response and services to connect that response to. Both are needed, just as dozens of communities have done. When we do this, we will solve so many problems and we will reduce so much harm. We are in a public health crisis and we need a public health solution. Chandra. More police, including non-sworn officers, will not get that. It is simply the wrong tool for the job. Barry Dunn does offer us data, and that's a piece of the solution. But ultimately, it's up to us to do it for ourselves. You are not the expert in making a decision about how to solve this problem, nor am I, nor is Chief Boone. I have spoken now to people who have worked in Madison, Chicago, Evanston, Oak Park, Dayton, and Gainesville. I spoke with a Chicago alderperson today. What I have learned is what Obama's 21st Century Report said. It is what the key principles say. You have to include community partners. You cannot do this without partnership. And yet this council continues to move forward in this moment. I saw the straw poll. I look at, and I assume this morning that you'll be going forward with some level of investment. It makes no sense why you would invest in this point in an expansion without a model, given that you've already invested $230,000 in studying that model. And we have not been convened yet to have that conversation. I had one conversation with Barry Dunn. I was told that racial equity was not in scope. That's a problem. You should fix that. And then I was told, well, we are looking to see how we can offload calls to you and where you might be able to seek funding for that. And we want to know what calls we could offload to you. That is not collaboration, right? So I am asking the council, one, to get hold of that consultant and provide some direction or get a new consultant, but slow down and include the community in this conversation. You did it in December, and that was a right decision for you at that time, and we thought that we would be further along. In fact, if you look, the community conversations were supposed to happen this spring, and they haven't yet. So just because you're in a budget season does not mean you need to move forward. There is something called a budget amendment. You can do that in 6 months. I ask you to hold the line. Talk with the community. Talk with first followers. Talk with you, and then let's make a decision together. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elise, and I live in Urbana, like many of us. I'm asking you all to stop the increase in the police budgeting, especially since the majority of 911 calls for Urbana are non-criminal and non-violent, especially considering that there are issues of housing insecurity and hunger on the rise. Increasing $4 million is distasteful. Given dozens of cities dispatch community responders in informed, nonviolent ways, which show that investing in communities with people who are actually helpful, again informed, reduces the harm associated with many marginalized identities and even just people, the community as a whole. Given that this council has approved significant increases in Urbana police while defunding community programs, I do not support hiring more police officers and other increases in police spending. So this is a matter of whether you all prioritize the well-being of our community instead of private property. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city officials. My name is Thorne Westfall. I am currently a 3-year resident of Urbana, Ward 3. Prior to my 6-year term in the Army, I was also a 3-year resident of Urbana. During that time, I considered myself a resident of Urbana, even though I had traveled all around the world and I've been across the seas. I've spent time, energy fighting for this country and people's rights and people's ability to speak to their leaders and speak to power. And I don't have much to say today. I didn't prepare a speech, and I think that many people have said what I wish to say with a lot more power and a lot more statistics. But I decided that since I was here, I would try to impart some wisdom that I gained while I was in the military, a little thing called the Army values. And one of those is integrity. To put it succinctly, integrity is basically how you act when no one's watching. And today, in these streets, in this building with these cameras on, everyone is watching. And everyone is seeing how people behave. And everyone is seeing how our police officers behave. And it's disgraceful. This is what people are seeing. This is how people are acting when everyone is watching. If that isn't a display of the integrity and the values at play here, I don't know what is. I'm here today to say that as a member of this community, I oppose the increase of the police budget. I think that from the voices that we've heard today, the voices you've been hearing for weeks and months, the data that you've heard, that is clear that the community feels the same way. This isn't a matter of discussion. If you are representing the people of this city, the people who are speaking here today, I think you know what the right decision is. Thank you.
I'm Stuart Levy. I live in Champaign, but I work and shop and spend a lot of time in Urbana, and I feel like I have a stake in the city. And I want to emphasize one of the other reasons for going slow on this, and that is, what is the city going to do for money in the out years? So the city of Champaign is going through budgeting also, and they recently had a question. So for most of the questions that come before the council, they have already thought out what they're going to do. For this question, they had to think about it, and they did in front of the public. And the question was, with the end of the state 1% grocery tax, they were going to have about just under $3 million per year budget hole to fill, and what should they do? And so they talked about it, they held straw polls, they considered this, that, and the other tax options. It was a well-planned thing, and they considered it, and I imagine they're going to propose one of these tax increases in their current budget. So I guess there was some discussion of this budget hole here, but I don't hear of anything proposed for a tax increase. What I see instead is drawing down of the budget reserve to just barely above the minimum, and the assumption that future years are going to be just about as good as immediately past years have been. So the city of Champaign was not assuming that. They made their economic estimates went out a year later than the city of Urbana ones did, and they're expecting to lose a good deal more money in 26 than they are in 25. And I look at the state office that makes these sort of economic estimates, the Commission on Government Forecasting and Accountability, and they too are expecting that the coming years are going to be leaner than the recently past ones, even aside from ARPA. There are, like reductions in GDP and so on. It is fiscally irresponsible for the city to assume that the 25 budget, the 25 forecast is going to be a good way to go forward. If you adopt the budget as it's being discussed, you'll be committing to spending a huge amount of money on police who once hired. They're on your staff. You're stuck with them as an ongoing expense. The city is going to have no margin. That is a very foolish thing to do. You need to not commit to a large ongoing expense without considering exactly what you're into, what kind of tax increases are going to be needed to support it, and whether that is really the best way to spend, multiple millions of dollars. So please stop and think.
Hi there. My name is Camille Cobb. I live in Champaign, spend a lot of time in Urbana. I want to echo what everyone else here has said. I don't see any good reason for increasing the police budget, and I think there are many good reasons not to. And so I want to echo all of that. But what I want to speak about is I have two questions that I hope that you'll ask yourselves and ask the folks around you in terms of looking at data, wondering about what's happening, discussing things before you pass this budget. The first addresses sort of the heart of why I don't see any good reason for us to increase the police budget. And the second is sort of what I hope you'll do because it seems like many of you are committed to passing this budget despite the evidence and despite what people want in the city. So the first question I have for you to ask others, not that you could answer this to me, but is why is the average time that police spend responding to calls for service in Urbana so much higher than other cities? According to the Barry Dunn data, it's enough higher in Urbana for both service calls and crime calls. It's a little bit lower for traffic calls, but regardless, it's enough higher here that fully makes the difference in terms of Barry Dunn's recommendation for adding all these new officers over what we currently have. So if you use the average times from other cities, we just need the number of police that we already have. And now the reason I think this question is so important is partly because it's so deeply at the heart of this call for more, but also because based on what I've seen, the time is already being used really inefficiently. So as one example, yesterday I arrived at Schnucks in the early evening, at the Urbana Schnucks, and there was an ongoing event. I saw 5 patrol cars. At some point, I stayed and observed for a while. At some point, a fire truck came and an EMS truck. And what I saw happening was that there was one person who was escalated, who maybe had some drug situation happening, and who the workers at Schnucks mentioned to me is like sort of a known person that's been around before. But this person was wearing basketball shorts and no shirt. They clearly didn't have a weapon. They were escalated, but they had been moved farther from people and who were shopping, and they didn't seem to be posing a threat to anyone. I don't see any reason why 5 people with guns need to surround one person who needs help. That doesn't make sense. And not only were 5 people with guns there, it took them, apparently, according to the person who worked there, 20 minutes to get there, which is a long time and might be part of your argument for why we need more police, but there's no reason. Why couldn't one person get there, 2 people get there sooner? Something is clearly wrong, and it's not the number of people that are on staff. The other reason is that I was there for around 25 or 30 minutes, and 4 police officers were still there the whole time. 1 left a bit sooner. That's like 110 or 120 minutes worth of response time total. So that's even, that one event is going to make our average even higher because the response time for others so far, like the average before, was like 70 minutes. So this exceeds that by a lot, of officer minutes, because those numbers that Barry Dunn has already factor in backups. So are we just sending a ton of backup every time, unnecessarily, to have a ton of people respond to every event? Why? Why is our response time, or our time to be at calls for service, so much higher than other cities? I think it's a question you really need to be asking because it's really driving this call for so many more police officers. And then second, because like I said before, I'm really frustrated and sad to know, or to feel that several of you, too many of you unfortunately, are gonna vote for this anyway. And so if you're gonna do that, what I'd really hope that you do first is ask yourselves, several of the things you're voting on are pilot programs. What does success look like for those? What does that mean? Don't pass this budget before you've defined what success will look like so that you can look back when those are done and decide whether it was successful. Because what I've seen is that Chief Boone claims success in terms of racial justice in his previous work, but I don't see that. I looked at the Norfolk use of force data from 2019 through 2024 because they keep it, and it's so racially discriminatory. Around 40% of Norfolk is black, and yet around 75 or 80% of the time when police in Norfolk use of force, it's against black people. And that's from 2019 to 2024, and there didn't seem to be any trend in terms of the percentage of use of force that would have been, if that were the end of Boone's tenure there, you would hope that he had achieved success and that we would be lower than 80, but there's just no trend. So given that one of the things we're really hoping for here is to improve justice, think about what success looks like. Thanks.
Adam Nichols. I live in Urbana. It's really hard to go up after all of these passionate speakers, but here I am. So a little bit about me. My house is on Vawter. I am part of the Neighborhood Watch there. I have taken the Citizens Police training here, and was at the university a few years ago, and I graduated from that. And my brother is a police officer, so not here, elsewhere. So just to give you some background about me and where my perspective is coming from. So I also wanted to talk about some of the things that I think many of us can agree on here. I know it seems like that's few and far between, but one of the things is I think most people here think that police should be part of the solution to keeping people safe from violent crime. Like whether we're want to cut the police budget, keep it the same, or raise it, I think we all kind of agree on that, or almost all at least. Another thing that I'd like to point out is Chief Boone can run the Urbana PD however he wants, regardless of what happens with the budget. If he wants to cut the 5 beats down to 3 so that there's double coverage, he can do that. He doesn't need council's permission. He doesn't need to consult the public. That's his right as the chief. Yeah, that's, short of removing him from office, that's his prerogative. The decision about where Urbana spends its tax money is not Chief Boone's decision. It's up to the council and hopefully with input from the people. And I want to free up Urbana PD from responding to calls for barking dogs, noise complaints, homeless people just, existing. Like people call the police on them. People with dementia. There was a case recently where an old woman called because she was lonely, and the police showed up, and did their best to address the call, but there's not a whole lot they can do. So I do want to reduce that. I would want to, help them out, help support our officers. And I think the way to do that is to have these people that everybody before me has referred to, people who can, provide shelter for them or drug rehab or, whatever it is that they particularly need. In terms of the budget, basically the proposed budget is going to spend as much money as policy allows, running a deficit. And basically, if it's passed as is, that's saying that after this budget passes, we're good. We won't need any money in the future except for some, one-off expenses. But there will be no need to hire any more people, fund any more programs than we have, give people raises for this who work for the city, things like that. And there won't be any unforeseen needs that arise, or anything like that, because we've already maxed out the budget, so we'd have to cut some things. And I think it would make more sense to just not spend the money in the first place, let it go, remain in the general fund so that we have more flexibility, so that we have some more fiscal responsibility. Another thing we could invest in, as opposed to, a double-digit number or more police officers, would be economic development. So we have economic development for improving buildings, specifically in certain zones. But that seems to be it. And I've reached out to city staff to try and find out what else is available, because I've seen if you have a brick and mortar business, you might be able to get some help with, construction or renovations and things like that. I haven't seen anything else for any kind of business where people work from home, or big tech businesses, or things where you don't have a whole bunch of brick and mortar facilities. If we did invest in economic development and it was successful, that would bring in more revenue without raising the tax rate. And that would be up to the council how to spend. We could leave it in the general fund, do more economic development, invest in police, invest in alternatives to police. It seems like there are a lot better options than just throwing more money at the police department. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. My name is Luke Lee. I'm a resident of Champaign. I work in Urbana. Spend a lot of time and money in Urbana. I didn't prepare much for tonight, and I following up on what so many of my neighbors have said tonight. I don't think I need to say much more. I mean, I think the decision is pretty clear. The council needs to listen to the community, like slow down. Like I'm thinking about the first followers survey. Like there's so many people working every day with folks at the margins. We need to slow down and listen to our constituents, listen to our neighbors. Thank you.
My name is Gwyneth Crepsio. I'm a resident of Urbana, resident of Ward 5. I'm here. I went to the town hall that we had yesterday, and I've been really listening to the community members, really enjoying the other speakers, and I'm here to ask you to reflect on how you view community involvement, because it's clear that the community is involved, that we're asking you to slow down to involve us, which you haven't been doing, which it seems like you've even been actively undermining involving us. And from my perspective, it seems like the police department are your coworkers and we're the thorn in your side. And I want to know why that is, because I want to remind you that some communities have completely lost faith in their governance and aren't even willing to speak with their city councils. I went to school here, went to Urbana Middle School and high school, and I have been in this town for a long time. I think there's something really remarkable that we have in this town that sometimes isn't always in other places. And I see a very engaged and committed community here. I see one full of wisdom and intelligence, both from an academic and from a lived experience, and from lived experiences. And I wonder, we've been seeing that our crime rates are going down, why that is. I think from living here and having seen all the ways that our government has disappointed us in the past and the ways that we've had to manage with and without budgets from the city, from the state, for a long time, we've been taking care of each other. And I want to ask, why haven't you been asking the real experts, the real people that have been in our communities taking care of each other? And the real experts in our community are the ones that have already been doing the work and already been reducing crime and already been taking care of each other. And I want to know why you haven't acted with the respect and the dignity that we deserve. I want to know why you haven't been working to earn our trust, because I think that you could earn our trust if you wanted to, if you had the courage to do the job that you profess to uphold. Then you could rebuild the trust that you've been losing by not involving us. So I want to mirror what everybody else has been saying to slow down the process, involve this community, and involve the people that are already doing this. Because a lot of people have been talking about burnout, but I also, when I think about the work that's getting done, I do think about folks that are getting burnt out. And I also think about all the people that are hungry for work, that are desperate for a way to connect, and that would love the opportunity to support each other in a way that has some structure and has some support and resources from the city. That's what I want to see from City Council, and that's what I'm asking for you to do in your position. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sana Sabwala. I've been a CU resident for 6 years. I currently live in Ward 5 in Urbana. I'm a member of the CU Muslim Action Committee. I'm going to reiterate some of the points that have already been made here today. Thank you to the council members who have stood with us in saying that we shouldn't rush into hiring more police. Violent crime is at a historic low. There's an opportunity here to take time and create alternative response models that work for the community. And hiring more police officers will make implementing new creative solutions to our community's needs less feasible. That money should be earmarked for alternatives or community services that are well researched. Alternatives to policing is something this council and this community are interested in. That's why the Barry Dunn was hired in the first place. We haven't had the opportunity to see what those alternative response models could look like, which should come from the community and be housed outside the police. Let's at least consider our options before taking expensive action. Talk to the community about what the local needs are and what the people most impacted think the ways forward could be. That was the point of hiring Barry Dunn in the first place, and that hasn't been done, so there's no need to create solutions without doing the research first. The IMC has already started doing all of the groundwork on this, including the presentation on alternative response models in March and the circulating petition in which over, I think, 618 community members have shown that they support exploring alternative options before increasing funding to the police. First Followers, as we heard, is also out here doing the work that is the community needs in preventing crime. I'm shocked to hear that a fraction of the money we are considering using to fund police could literally end homelessness here. I didn't know that until Danielle spoke earlier. Like, as a member of the public and a fairly engaged one, you all know me, I'm here almost every week. I didn't know that, right? I didn't know that. So how can I expect somebody who's not as engaged to know that those are our options, right? Like, we could hire more police, or we could use that money to do all these other things. And so, like, I'm realizing that I have to be more well-informed about this issue, but also that we have a responsibility to provide people with this kind of contextual information when we conduct surveys of the community. And I think the model that First Followers used is a great idea. We should take the time to put that kind of survey out before we rush into any decisions. And what we're asking for is not very radical at all. We've known for a long time that policing is full of issues, and increasing police funding doesn't solve those systemic issues. Some of the most well-funded police departments are the most violent. Just because UPD isn't NYPD or LAPD doesn't mean our police are immune to the systemic structures in policing that value property over personhood, that have persisted since the time when the primary purpose of the police was to keep people enslaved. Radical abolition is the goal for many people, but today we aren't even here asking you to defund the police. We're here asking you to leave things as they are and consider what alternatives could look like. I'm sure that we all want to see positive change in this community. Doing the same thing we've done every budget cycle, increasing the police budget, won't change anything. We've tried it before, right? As some people from First Followers have said, we have the opportunity to do something different here. Now we're asking the city council to provide space to seriously imagine alternatives. There's no rush to hiring more police. I think there's no need to make an unpopular decision. Hold off. Decide next steps when you've truly explored all the options and laid them out. Take this opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to thank City Council and admin, City Clerk for your hard work. I also really appreciate all the comments that I listened to and learned tonight. I heard a lot of empathy. I heard a lot of passion. I also heard confusion and lack of communication. I talked and volunteer in the community all the time. And people talk to me expressing concern. And from ward to ward, I heard so many different things. With that, I would like to encourage that we have FAQ to address, a lot of things that we heard from the community. Would tax be increased? Where would money come from? Because I watch you guys every week, so I learn a lot. But I am not elected official like you guys. So to have one document and educate the community so we don't have to walk around being confused. And then we can have real conversation. There's a lot of good points. And I was like sitting in the back hoping that somebody would say what I'm gonna say so I don't have to speak in front of you guys. But nobody did, so reluctantly I have to be here. I wanna share with you that I was a victim of domestic violence. I did not want to talk because it triggered trauma in me. I got help that I needed. My ex-husband got help that he needed. So we are okay. But I couldn't sleep. I couldn't live with myself if I wouldn't come in front of you and share with you how it actually works. And yes, being a victim for 7 years, I'm gonna claim that I am an expert in this field because I lived that life. First, I wanna share that the victim of domestic abuse don't necessarily know that they are. So, I am telling you right now that if it's not because of my neighbor downstairs, I used to live in Ward 3, live in a little apartment after I graduated with my ex-husband, who is, by the way, a war hero. So I thought I living American life, being an immigrant, I wouldn't know a lot about culture. I did not know that American yelling and screaming is not normal. I thought you guys like to scream at each other, right? So my neighbor did not think so. She called 911. And that is the moment that my life changed. I felt distraught. I felt helpless. I did not have anybody in this country at the time. I wouldn't want to talk to my coworker because I did not know that I was a victim. Anyway, police show up. I am telling you right now that no social worker can pair with my ex-husband. He is in the army. Police put him away. And that is when I know that I wasn't alone. Police officers show up for me. 6 years later, along the way, police officers show up for me for everything. I lived through circle abuse. I lived through restraining order. I lived through police report. You need both. If you never need police, good for you. You are perfect and you are lucky. But some of us who not being here, telling you, being in front of you because we are scared and afraid to talk to you, especially if we don't think you will listen. You can protect people. I am here to let you know that by having both, the police will save somebody that could have been in the situation that they did not know that they can use help. We count on you to do the right thing because we need both. We count on you to educate our community and let my fellow citizens know what is it that we need from you. I call Courage Connection today to make sure that I am still up to date with information. No, they will not talk to non-victim. Any instant, we need to call on the police. We need to call 911. If you take police away from us, there would not be any protection for people that need police.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, advertise. Hi, my name is Zara. I live in Ward 1, recently moved from California, but I'm still a resident here. And so I just wanted to voice some of the things that have already been said. I went to my first town hall yesterday. Yay me, not my last one. But $2.7 million per year is not a small amount of money. That could fund many nonprofits, right? Like for the year. And that being said, for multiple years with no plan of how to come up with that money on your own and not rely on an increase in taxes is asking a lot from the people that pay taxes, right? And there is, if we hold nonprofits accountable to come up with their money for each fiscal year, and I understand this is a public service, I understand that. But if we're saying that to many nonprofits that still exist for many years, right? Why can't we hold the police accountable for that? And Philo Road is not that far away. It is a 3-minute drive from where we are now. So that increases our response time for 3 minutes. What about the other, 17 minutes? So not much will change. And many other things I want to say, but fixing it out a little bit. But I think it's really important to keep that in mind. Also, having a one-stop shop for all social justice at the law, under law enforcement, right, isn't going to work for everyone because many people don't trust law enforcement, right? So if you're going to have many resources here, not everyone's going to come. And so that's why it's important to rely on the community and the resources that already exist and expand those. And because we're already outreaching to the community, right? Those nonprofits are already existing and have existed for many years, and people know about those resources. So it's important to invest in them maybe a little bit more than expanding the law enforcement that we have. And when we talk about needs, let's think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? In order to reduce crime, we need to reach and meet basic needs: housing, food, and jobs, right? And especially that 18 to 34 age group. I'm no longer in that, but it's important to me because I want to make sure the youth get careers, not just jobs, right? We want people to thrive and enjoy the work that they do, not just have a job and do a 9-to-5 and be miserable in it. We want to make sure people are thriving so we add to our generation, right? And that might mean not funding law enforcement. I'm not saying don't fund law enforcement. I'm saying slow down and think about it and say, how can we do more? Because we don't have to say yes today. We could say yes in 2 weeks, in 4 weeks, in 6 weeks. No one's saying say no forever. We're saying say no now so we can know what this means for the future. Taxes will keep going up. I have never seen a tax go down in my whole existence. So there's time to increase tax. Let's not do it today.
Hi, my name is Brian Maxwell. I'm a resident of Ward 5, live a few blocks over. I'm also speaking today to ask that for a couple things. One, like people have said, I don't see a reason to rush this process that we're kind of barreling headlong into. There's some justification for waiting for the end of the Barry Dunn report, which there's been a lot of emphasis on. We've spent a lot of money on. We haven't even got to the point where we're talking about the alternative response model. But I also don't want to put that much emphasis on it because I think it's backwards that we're putting so much emphasis on an outside consulting firm and their opinion on this when we have so much experience in this town of people who've been working this space, who were born here, who've been working in this kind of space for decades, and they're pretty adamantly saying here in front of you that they're opposed to this kind of budget increase. I think we should be lifting up those opinions more personally. I think we should involve the community more. I don't think there's been a lot of space for involving the community in this process. Everyone's saying the same thing. Barry Dunn's saying the same thing. UPD's saying the same thing. The city council, the community groups. We want more community involvement, but there doesn't feel like there's been a ton of community involvement in this process and feedback. Just hearing the responses in the room, it doesn't seem like that's the case. We had our third town hall this weekend. Appreciate the council members who came out to that. It was obviously a busy weekend, so I appreciate you coming out with Father's Day and the holiday weekend. And we heard a lot of really good conversations in that meeting. There's a lot of like really engaged people in this community who would be willing to help you out and build these programs, build this. And I just think in the long run, it would be a more successful program that you're trying to build, public safety, if you have that input from everyone. And last, I would ask that you just, like, again, like some people have talked about, don't pass like what seems like a pretty unsustainable budget. The one that like jumps out to me is this 3-year pilot program that's like $1.6 million. It's crazy to me that at the end of like a historic low in crime and this whole conversation about alternative response models, at the end of it, we're talking about having like a second police station in Urbana. It seems crazy to me. Like we're like 50,000 people and Philo Road's like right there. That kind of seems crazy to me, especially when we could be funding so many other things with that money. A lot of people talked about housing. That came up a lot in the town hall, the importance of housing. Housing insecurity is on the rise. Homeless population, unhoused population is on the rise. And that I've worked in that community quite a bit, worked at Strides before Strides was Strides and the canteen run. And I know that this is something that UPD has to deal a lot with. And this is like kind of something that is like a thing that we could solve the issue that's causing poverty by putting people in homes, but then also take some of the workload off UPD. It seems like a win-win situation. And Danielle kind of obviously gave some really great numbers of how cheap it would be to do that. With ARPA funding, I mean, the city gave out like $900,000 in money for housing, and we were able to leverage like a permanent housing community for like 30 people. That seems like a really good return on investment. And then last, like, you got to put resources out there for these other alternative response models that we want. If we get to this Barry Dunn report and Barry Dunn's like, yeah, this is like the best thing you could do, this is best like bargain you could jump on it right now. Like what money is there in the future budget to do any of that? It seems like there's basically no money in the future budget to do any of that. So, I'd just finish up with that. Slow down, get some community involvement in this process, and put some resources out there for some of the stuff that you are saying that you want to put out there in the community. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Naima Johnson, and I just want to talk on the behalf of the community. Everything everybody's saying is very heartwarming. I worked at Urbana School District for many years now, about 4 or 5 years. Worked for RPC before. I've been homeless before and worked for the homeless shelter before. And I can say just riding down the streets and seeing the mothers with their children trying to collect food and money to provide for their families is very heartbreaking. We need to collaborate, get together a little bit better with not just for the police officers, but for the community, for the homeless community, for the schools, for the mental health well-being, to see why it's a repetitive cycle of the adults keep on getting homeless, been in the homeless cycle, or keep on getting sick from different things. It's something that's bothering everybody. It's inner rooting from inside, and that's why I need more mental health services where, everybody could see the root of the issue behind them being homeless or whatever. And not just that, the schools need more services. The teachers need more services. The children, they cry out for help. They have so many behavior issues in the schools these days that you cannot imagine. The teachers are getting bullied day in and day out in the schools, And, the students, they deal with a lot. Grandmothers raising them, auntie raising them, grandfathers raising them, because the parents, they're just lost. They have so many mental issues or so many problems that they need assistance with. So let's just try to collaborate, get together a little bit better, and try to love on each other more and spread more love than hate, you know. So that's all I gotta say.
Hello, Mayor and City Council, and each and every one of you. I'm Reverend Dr. Evelyn Underwood, and I have a lot to say. But I want to say, first of all, I've been at home watching, but tonight I felt I needed to come, and I thank Pastor Carr for bringing me. But I just want to say that I've seen America, the experiment, at work. We the people. I'm not emotional. I just talk loud sometimes. We the people at work. America will not work unless we do what we're doing, being involved. And it's been great to lay at home and cry. And I can't snot and cry here. To see the people, letting the people we elect know what we're thinking. Way back in the day, when I was an elected official, the people who didn't come to the meeting, they didn't have to come. They ran it. They didn't have to come. They told us what we need to do, but some of us didn't accept it. But I don't think this city council is like that. We've been coming for many, many years. And I believe they're listening. Of course, they can't say anything. Of course, they just listen to us. But I just want to say, I'm seeing America at work. We the people. We have to let our elected officials know what we're thinking. And all of us are not thinking alike, that's fine. We all have ideas. And I've heard qualitative, I do have a PhD, and quantitative analyses. So a lot of good information has gone out. And I think that's important. And I guess I'm supposed to talk to the city council. That's it. I was just looking around. But I think it's important for them to hear what the common people, and some people, Rich, I don't even know who you are, but whoever, people of goodwill, people who think America should work. Because if we don't hold our elected official accountable, so they can hold their staff. We just went through something, and I'm not, my time is gonna be out, so let me just say that I have gone on, when I ran for mayor from the Democratic Party a few years back. I went to the police, and they know, I went on the, what do you call it, ride about? Enjoyed myself and looked to see what they were doing. And it was a lot of them are doing a wonderful job. And I know, still are. But we have paid $237, did I see $237,000 for that Berry report? And we got one phase of it. We need to wait, not wait like sit down and do nothing. I mean, wait while we keep on doing research and keep on coming to see what's going to happen, because we don't have to make the decision now. We don't have to make the decision now. We don't have, they don't have to make the decision now for us. I think those are the key points. A lot of people have said a lot of wonderful things. Oh, the last thing I wanted to say, President Minnie Pearson came and talked about having a summit, a forum, there's many names, town hall. But what Mr. Kilgore said was so important. The people who are impacted, the poor, the people who've been incarcerated, they need to have input on whatever we have, because they're the ones that are in the trenches. You know, the homeless, everybody's talked wonderfully. Thank you.
When I walked away from that accident, describe some of the information in the survey. And I did his name, and I will say something to the chief about the person. So I just wanted to say, we got to have balance. People are even fearful of making complaints. And I remember saying to the chief, you know, he said in Norfolk, they have a lot more complaints. They don't have very many here because people are fearful of reprisal. So we have to make it so people don't have to be fearful. And it can be a performance tool. What did they do well? They did this well. Or they didn't do so well. But they have to be what? They have to be challenged. We all do. We have to be held accountable. Nobody does everything perfectly. And so the police have to be held accountable just like I do. We can't just give them a blank check and say, go do what you want to do. Nobody has that authority on this earth. So that's all I had to say. Thank you for listening, and I pray that we all will be able to get some work done. Thank you.
Hi, City Council. My name is Carmen Gorth. I grew up in Urbana and am currently an Urbana resident. I'm really inspired by a lot of what people have said, and I also appreciate all of your time. I didn't prepare much, but I think just like from hearing from everyone, there's been a lot of things that have come up about mental health services and just kind of recognizing like what does the community need. I think sometimes we forget that when we talk about mental health, right, we're talking about health, we're talking about healthcare. It's really easy, like someone brought up, like why do people commit crimes, right? Like it's for a reason. Like people are not just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go do this, or I'm just gonna go, you know, be in the streets just because I want to. Like that's not a choice that people make, and so I think just recognizing like, if we're really talking about healthcare and we're talking about health of people and we're also talking about health of community, it does feel silly to respond to that with like this kind of wall of police or adding to that and taking away money from other programs. And there's this phrase that I feel like I always come back to, which is like, you cannot heal without community, like healing through relationships. And I think what that means is that like we have to respond to what the community needs with more community relationships and more community, you know, services. And so if we just are sending someone who's sort of supposed to be this like, you know, flat, emotionless, and dominant person to someone who is incredibly vulnerable, and also that police officer is often like, you and I are very different. We are in very different situations, when like, you know, like we're talking about in this community, like we all are struggling. You all struggle too, right? Like we're part of a community. How can we not struggle when we have community members that are struggling so much? And so I think just recognizing that that those community services and mental health services are so important, and so I'm asking you all to slow down about your decision as well in terms of your budget, and also just really recognizing like it's not just about the individual and problems with the individual. And I think police, often what happens is they look at one individual and they say, you have problems, you are ill. And it's like, you're not ill, we have, our community is ill, right? It's not just an individual. So we have to respond to it like that, so.
My name is Marina Manetti. I've lived in the city since '77. I took a break at East Lansing for a while and came back here. I've been studying at the university for many years, and and I've been studying just the people of the community, myself in it as well. And people are hurting. We're hurting real bad. And when a person somehow hits a jackpot in a short amount of time, gets trained, and has 2 guns in his holster or her holster, that's a rush of power right there. That's a rush of power. It's the slow and steady studying, the listening, the reflecting, the slow work of studying history, possibilities, alternatives, that's going to get us out of this extreme state of anxiety and stress that you're witnessing in the population in the face of a person who's got 2 guns in their holster. We don't need more violence. We need care. We need care, slow care, attention, and support. Why are you throwing more military? We don't want a police state. Why are we going with a shot in the arm to a police state, and then you're exiting your offices after you give us that, and we keep on pleading for help? What's this? What's this? How did this happen? What's going on? People are trying to teaching each other, caring, listening to their stories, and connecting to each other. Not guns. I don't want to live in a police state. It looks like the chickens are coming home to roost from what's been done all over the globe. It's coming now home. We need to study history. We need to see the patterns here. We live in a patriarchal society, yeah. Some things have to change. The children speak to us, the animals speak to us, the plants. Without the plants, we're dead meat. We have big problems to tackle here. The biosphere is on a very precarious balance. And we're wasting time with guns? This is ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
Does anyone else wish to address the Urbana Council?
I apologize. We have actually met the 2 hours currently for public input, so unless there is an action to extend, that will conclude public input for this meeting. There are 2 more meetings still this evening with their own opportunities for public input, and public input via email, written input, is always accepted at every meeting through the adjournment of the meeting, so that is the cutoff point for that.
I don't see anyone else wishing to speak at this point. We can do that in one of the next 2 meetings. Yeah. We'll move on to council input and communications. Mary Alice.
I have input.
Go ahead, Grace. Then we'll go to Mary Alice.
Oh, sure. Thank you. First of all, I just want to say I'm here, had trouble connecting in the first few minutes. I wanted to say thank you to everyone for attending and sharing your thoughts tonight and other ways that people have been engaging with participating in this conversation. Just a reminder that the people of Urbana are at the top of the city organizational structure, and I intend to continue to work for the people of Urbana. Again, the complication is when the people don't always agree, which is all the time. I think there's a place for different and diverse perspectives, and I see and hear throughout a lot of this process an opportunity to build a system of safety with our community stakeholders. I'm thankful for the offer from CU Tri to help with trauma support with the city and our police department. And we have many other organizations, many of which have spoken tonight, who I think we need to work with in the process of designing public safety. Also wanted to clarify that I take public input seriously and take the traumatic personal experiences with police officers that have been shared as additional considerations for not expanding the police department, including some of my own direct and indirect experiences. There's plenty of horrific examples that highlight the potential risks of officer interactions with the public, and there are also many positive interactions that happen on a day-to-day basis when officers do help and serve the public. And that's why I think it's important that we are sure that we have the appropriate response team for any emergency situation. I'm in support of collaboratively creating a comprehensive community safety response with community stakeholders rather than spending a lot of taxpayer money on the proposed police model that hasn't even been made clear yet. If we want better relationships with officers in the community, then we have to work with the community to create that solution. I hope that the community, everyone who's been following along and engaging, continues to participate in these budget conversations and follow the next meetings later tonight and the final discussions next week. Thank you.
Mary Alice.
Yeah, I just wanted to share some information that we received from the police department late on Thursday because there has been some question about violent crime in the city of Urbana. So the police department provided to City Council year-to-date comparisons between January 1st and May 27th, both last year and this year. They broke it down between violent crime and property crime by each ward. So in summary, there were 5 out of 7 wards that had an increase in violent crime. 1 ward stayed exactly the same, and 1 ward decreased. That was Ward 4. Of importance, I think, is that there is crime in varying. It's not even, right? It's not evenly distributed between 7 wards. And so I do want to bring attention to Ward 7, where it increased significantly in violent crime from 61 instances to 97 instances. So that's pretty significant. And then the second one, which is quite disturbing to myself, is that there was quite a big increase in rape in Ward 3. So I just wanted to share that as informational. Thank you.
Any other comments? Jael.
Thank you. I do want to, there are a lot of thoughts I have in my head right now, but I think because of my professional background, I do want to also clarify that increased reportings of sexual violence does not mean increases in incidents. That actually is probably a good sign that more of our community members are trusting that they can make those reports. The vast majority of sexual assaults are never reported to law enforcement. So while I think that data is important, I also think it's important not to conflate increased reporting with increased incidents. That's not accurate. And like I said, I think that actually is probably demonstrating increased trust with law enforcement. I think there are a lot of things that we could talk about. I'm grateful for all the public comment. I've been doing my best to try to connect with residents in the 4th Ward. I've heard from folks by email. I was at the event at the IMC yesterday. I've had phone call conversations, in-person conversations with constituents to make sure that I'm doing my very best to represent the voices of folks in the 4th Ward. And some of the things that I know I have asked, and I've been continually hearing from the folks that I represent, and I would like to encourage everyone up here to answer, is why now? Why can this not wait until at least the study is done? Why can't we give our community members an opportunity to share their voices, have their questions answered? There's clearly a lot of confusion, and I think that's sometimes used as an excuse to be dismissive of our constituents when maybe numbers aren't exactly lining up correctly. How are we going to expect them to understand all of that when we haven't had those opportunities to have those conversations? I think it's important that people fully understand what kind of commitment we are being asked to make as part 1, right? When we are fully expecting that there are going to be additional asks in the next 2 to 3 years as well. So that's one question I think that our community deserves a response from everybody up here is why now? The other piece that I think that our community members deserve an answer to is, are you willing to raise taxes when this pilot program is done and our general fund has been decreased? I've heard a lot about expertise. I've never discounted Chief Boone's expertise. I've never discounted the expertise of our officers. I think that is important input. I also think the expertise of our community members is important. I will say that I'm very disappointed by the side comments and the sighs that I have heard even this evening as our community members are trying to express their opinions, their beliefs, their democratic right to speak to this council. I think that they deserve more respect. I think that some of the council members, for asking questions, have been told, well, you're not the experts in this area. I agree. We need more information.
Sharice.
I think the thing that has confused me the most is what our definition of public safety is. I don't know what we regard as public safety, because when I look at my statistics for my ward, and Mary Alice was absolutely right when she said that rape has gone up in Ward 3. I don't disregard or try to make it seem like, well, just because it was reported doesn't mean it happened or something. That I don't know. Well, I don't know if that's what you were saying. That's why I said I need to understand the
I absolutely did
definition.
not say that.
Okay, but I need to understand what the definition of public safety is for everybody, because, and not just me, but what you all think public safety is. Because public safety, on my count, when I hear gunshots, I call the police. And I don't have a problem calling them. I'm not afraid to call them. I'm not afraid to let people know I called them, because my name and my address goes out on the scanner every time. But what I want to understand is that it just has been my experience sitting on this council. And I don't like putting it this way, but our public safety, I've come to feel that what I think doesn't matter. I think public safety means when somebody calls the police will show up and they will have an involved and engaged conversation and commitment to trying to make somebody safe. I've had situations where we've called, I've been, witness to someone calling for assault and no one showing up because there weren't enough police on duty. So I don't know, I am not trying to I'm not going to beat up the police about trying to do their job. And I'm definitely not trying to condescend to my ward and my community. I am worried that when we don't have enough people there, I am worried about that. And I think I deserve to be able to say that and to be that concerned, regardless of what other people think in my ward, because we don't all have the same normal. My normal is not somebody else's normal. And I know that. And, what I would also like is some more input, without the incendiary words all the time, without saying police state, without just say you don't understand. If you don't understand, I don't understand all the time either. No one is perfect. So what I want is more talking to me. Please do that. Talk to me. I just want you to talk to me.
Any other council comments? Okay, we'll move on to reports of standing committees. There are none. There are no reports from special committees. We have reports of officers. There are none. We have one item of business at this special council meeting, and that is the appointment of Matthew Rushley, city attorney. welcome. I'll introduce Mr. Rushley, and then Elizabeth Hannon has a couple of comments to make. First of all, the City Council is asked to approve the appointment of Matt Rushley as City Attorney for a term ending June 30th, 2025. The start date of this term would be effective July 8th, 2024. Just some brief background. City Attorney serves as the Chief Legal Advisor to the Mayor and City Councilors, responsible for the legal affairs of the city, acts as legal counsel, manages the prosecution and defense of all litigation to which the city is a party, and directs legal division staff and outside counsel. In consultation with the Mayor, City Administrator, and staff, determines and carries out legal strategies to further the mission and goals of the city. Matt Rushley has nearly 20 years of experience practicing law in the state of Illinois. He spent the majority of his career practicing municipal law in Champaign County. After several years working for private firms in Naperville, Illinois, he became an assistant city attorney for the city of Champaign, Illinois. In 2011, where he prosecuted city ordinance violations, served as primary attorney for several city departments, and advised staff on a variety of legal matters that included municipal code, state and federal law, procurement, intergovernmental agreements, collective bargaining. He has handled, led, or advised on issues related to virtually every aspect of municipal government as an attorney and as an administrator. In 2014, he was promoted to deputy city manager in Champaign. Among his responsibilities in this role were negotiating economic development agreements, serving as liaison to city departments, including legal, human resources, public works, finance, and fire, among others, and researching and authorizing changes to ordinances. He led key aspects of the city's emergency response to the COVID-19 pandemic. At various times, he served as deputy liquor commissioner and as acting city attorney. He has worked with City Council to set goals for each council term, establish strategic initiatives, and advance key projects supporting council goals and objectives. Matt Rushley earned a Juris Doctor from Northern Illinois University College of Law. And just to fill in a couple of other details, we in the past have always had a full-time in-house city attorney and assistant city attorney. After our full-time attorney left in 2021, we were lucky to get the services through contracting with, and I'm blanking, Dave's firm, but we are I'm not blanking on Dave's name. I can't remember all the names in the firm. But anyway, Dave Wessner has been serving on a contractual basis as our city attorney, and I thank him very much for the efforts. But one of our goals for the last couple of years has to restore the presence of an attorney full-time within the city. It's been one of the top requests from city staff who really do need the presence of a full-time attorney in-house. So we're just delighted to welcome Matt and Elizabeth.
So just a few words to fill you in briefly on the recruitment process. We did expect the market for this position to be challenging when we started the process of filling it, and so we used an outside firm to perform the search. We used GovHR, which we have used for some previous searches. They posted on regional and national websites, but our focus was really regional because, we needed an attorney with municipal government experience specifically with experience in the state of Illinois, since our laws around municipal government are different than those in other states. To be sure we did not lose viable candidates, we started interviews as soon as a promising candidate was identified. And while we received multiple applications, no other candidate matched Mr. Rushley's qualifications for this position. At this point in the process, he has completed the interview process and accepted an offer of employment, which is conditioned upon appointment by the City Council. I believe Matt may want to say a few words, and he's also happy to answer questions. I do want to emphasize, though, that this is not an interview, but a confirmation of the mayor's recommended appointment. So, Matt, did you want to say a few words?
I just wanted to say hello and express my gratitude and eagerness to work with each and every one of you, and my love for this community and my intrinsic motivation to serve the public in this community, and have a history of doing so, and I look forward to the opportunity to continue that work. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Rushley? Grace, did you have any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Is there a motion for approval?
Is this through 2025?
Yes.
End June 30th?
Yes.
All right. I will move approval for Matthew, I apologize, Rushley, from until June 30th, 2025.
There's a second.
I'll second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Chandra. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Miss Hersey,
Yes.
Miss Colasetti,
Yes.
Miss Bishop,
Yes.
Miss Wilkin,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Yes.
That motion passes. Welcome to the city of Urbana. And with no further business before this first of 3 meetings, this meeting is adjourned. And Chandra Bishop will be chairing the next 2. Public hearing is next.
Okay, ready? I'll call to order the notice of the public hearing of the Urbana City Council Committee of the Whole. Notice is hereby given that the proposed annual budget for the city of Urbana in the county of Champaign, state of Illinois, for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2025, is on file and conveniently available for public inspection on the city's website. Notice is further given that a public hearing on said proposed annual budget will be held at 7 p.m. on Monday, June 17th, 2024. Estimated revenues for the proposed budget for fiscal year 2025 are $77.5 million, and estimated expenditures are $90.6 million. All interested persons are invited to attend in person or watch the hearing on UPTV or live stream the hearing online. Persons attending the hearing shall have the right to provide written and oral comments, suggestions regarding the proposed annual budget. I call this public hearing to order. Darcy, will you call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Here.
Mr. Evans,
Here.
Miss Hersey,
Here.
Miss Colasetti,
Here.
Miss Bishop,
Here.
Miss Wilkin,
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Marlin.
Here.
Okay, and the next item on the agenda is public input. Does anyone wish to give public input at the notice, at this public hearing of the budget?
Hello, my name is Derek Riles. I'm a resident of Ward 4 in Urbana, and I'm here again this evening to urge you to not pass the police budget. You've heard from many community members tonight and over the past few weeks, and they've provided ample facts, figures, statistics, data points that all seem to indicate that crime is on the decline and that there are community services badly in need of the resources that you are proposing to give to the police. If after all this time you don't know how we define public safety or what we expect as your constituents, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe you need to clean your ears. I'm not here to repeat these statistics or these arguments. You know the numbers by now, and it's up to you to make wise, data-driven decisions. I'm here to tell you that there is another way. I'm sure you're all familiar with the term ACAB, which, if you'll pardon my language, does mean all cops are bastards. But what you might not know is what that saying actually means. It's not an accusation of individual police officers. It's not an attack on the morals or the conscience of the people behind the badge. Rather, it's an indictment of the system of policing. The United States is the largest jailer in the history of the world. There are currently roughly 1.8 million human beings imprisoned in America. And if you're not appalled by that number, then you'll have to seriously examine your conscience. There are not 1.8 million bad people in this country. There are not nearly 2 million souls who cannot be trusted to live their lives among their fellow man. We have a disease eating us alive from the inside, and that disease is an unjust and corrupt system. Every police force in this country, including the UPD, is part of this inhumane system. Every use of force, every arrest, every booking into the dismal Champaign County Jail just perpetuates unnecessary cruelty. But why do we do this? Why are we jailing people at alarming rates? Like most things, you just have to look at who benefits from this process. The wealthy are the clients of the police. The police protect the property of the capitalist elite. They don't protect people. We keep us safe. The police do not. And the police are key suppliers of slave labor. The 13th Amendment of the Constitution permits slavery as punishment for a crime, and prison labor is a multi-billion-dollar industry. The prisons of this country house a hidden workforce held captive and brutally exploited for their labor. And the UPD is part of that. I am not here to ask you to fix the problems of our troubled and declining country, but I am asking you to choose to be part of the solution. Don't give in to cynicism. Don't throw your hands up and say there's nothing I can do. There certainly is. You have the power to take a step in the right direction. You have the opportunity to be a glimmer of hope in a darkening world. I know that voting against this budget will not miraculously solve our problems. I'm a realist. I'm a practically minded person. What I do know is that we have to start doing things differently if we want things to change. We have to prioritize affordable housing, poverty reduction, and health care. Will you prioritize helping the most vulnerable in our community? Or will you turn your backs on them and embrace an antiquated and oppressive system? I urge you to make the right decision and take a stand for the people who need you the most.
Hey there, everybody. First, I just want to say welcome to Matthew Shipley. We're a fun town. My name's Ben Jocelyn. I'm a resident of Urbana. Second, I just want to say a lot of us really try to talk to you. I've sent you a lot of emails, and I really try and use as much information and gentle tone as I can. I know that you're tired of seeing me. I'm tired of being here. The world has so many troubles. It has so many troubles, and the way we respond, the way we move forward, there's just no city in this country that has policed its way into being safer. The cities that have more police feel less safe. Chicago has a police force that's 3 times as large as ours. They have a whole community policing department, and they're not known for a lack of gun violence. They're not known for a place where shootings don't happen and people feel safe. This city is partially safe because we have a history of taking care of each other better. Our police department is smaller than most, and I think that is one of the reasons why there's, as you did say, Charisse, our experiences are all different, and I don't mean that everybody's normal is the same. But every time we have a budget, we have a choice to make about which way we try and move in this world that has a lot of troubles. We can either move towards resourcing, or we can move to fear and gun holding, and that's just not an efficient way to solve the problems. And even if we have crime go down in short term, Larry Boone often talks about how crime went down for his first 2 years, and then when they stopped listening to him, crime rose for the last 3 years of his time as police chief. But I think that it's really easy to prescribe causes and just claim reasons for why crime went up or down, but usually it's national trends. So much of it has to do with the economy and how people are doing. The biggest theft in this country, the most stuff that's stolen is actually wage theft. And I've never seen a police department arrest people because of wage theft. People arrest folks who steal bread and necessities. And I don't mean to minimize how awful it is when folks are robbed. You know, I had my car rifled through the other day, and I've spent the last month wondering if one or two of my possessions that I still haven't tracked down are really gone from my life forever. But that is not going to be stopped by a police officer. We might disappear a person for a few years behind bars, but that won't. We know that when folks get taken away and put in jail, they're more likely to create crime and get arrested later in their lives as well. So we need to invest in a system that long-term is going to move us in the right direction, not in the wrong direction. Policing has never been proven to move us in the right direction. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Stephen McGuire. I had a question in that it seems after public comment, there was one of the city council members mentioned data by Chief Boone, saying that violent crime increased. According to statistics, in 2021, there were 10 homicides, there were 3 in 2023, a decrease. Shots fired, there were 115 in 2021, there were 43 in 2023, a decrease. Sexual assault, there were from 2011 to 2022, there were 30 per year, and there were 16 in 2023, a decrease. Robberies, between 2011 and 2022, there were 44 per year, and there were 38 in 2023, a decrease. Domestic calls, domestic abuse calls went up by 15%. Battery went up by 4%. So I'm curious, will the data that came in, because there's an old saying, figures never lie, but liars always figure. How you allocate data is very important in what shows up, the conclusions you come up with. If you somehow relegate something to a different category. In science, we have to deal with what's called p-hacking, where people change sample sizes and other attributes to change the conclusions they arrive at. Will we get to see this data that was given not to the public, but to the city council? That's one question. Another point, when I forget which city council member mentioned that the increase, apparently I'm not sure what time period that increase was, in reports of sexual assault, I want to clarify that my interpretation of her statement was not that somehow these weren't happening, but that oftentimes sexual assault is not reported, and therefore the increase may be sexual assaults that were happening anyway, but finally we're getting reports of them rather than them not being reported. And also I want to say that we have a right to be angry. Our tax dollars are being increased. Our mayor is going to leave potentially and not see the consequences of this, and yet she still gets a vote on this matter. She promised the chief that he would have the votes of the city council without consulting a lot of you guys. And so I think we have a right to be angry about this. And I admit that incendiary rhetoric is never fun to deal with, but I think when we're seeing, when we've been calling out for social services for a long time, and over 15 times the amount that's being spent on social services is potentially going to be spent adding police. And on top of that, we hear from Danielle, a wonderful statistic, that you could use a fraction of this and totally end homelessness. We have a right to be angry. Thank you.
My name's Chris Ellie. I've been a member of the CU community for over 30 years, and I'm a little frustrated by the call that at least some of the members of council will refuse to listen to public comment unless there's certain like rules of decorum or appropriate politeness. I don't know if this is incendiary or not, but that is a very colonial white supremacist technique where if someone is having an emotional response, that you tell them, I'm not gonna listen to you, you don't deserve to be listened to. I just wanna talk about how shameful that behavior was. And then I'd like to move on and talk about math and analytic literacy and the expertise of the chief to weaponize that, bamboozle people. We can talk about his graph from December where he took a bar graph from some journalist in Norfolk and hand drew a red trend line on a bar graph where one of the bars was twice the size of the other bar, even though there was a 30% difference in the numbers associated to that bar graph. I mean, I know he didn't make it, but then he came here with it and doled it out to completely mislead people. And then we get the budget report that absolutely had no substance or merit to it. And we're expecting that this guy doesn't have math I refuse to believe you don't have math literacy. I think you know what you're doing. And I think you're confusing people like members of the council who clearly couldn't understand the difference between reported and actual crime rates. You're preying on that ignorance to confuse people. I really don't like this. I don't think there's any faith out of these numbers. Like, let's talk about what a community conversation looks like. The Barry Dunn report told you as a council to form a committee of the community. Your task force told your police department to form a committee. You've walked around offering to talk to people, but you want to do it inside your own way. You don't want a committee that has substantive authority over you. Neither of you want that. That's where this conversation would have taken place. Instead of Mary Alice completely butchering likely terrible stats, we could have talked about it in a community committee. It could have been analyzed. We could have dug into the numbers. We could have had a conversation about it. This is an inappropriate format. This is a really shameful way for you to pretend that you want to have a community conversation. So let's talk about our communities and what will repair them, because we've learned from decades of law and order rhetoric that you destroy families. And when you destroy families, you don't have a functional society. When you have more cops, you get more criminals because they're looking for nails and they're gonna put people away. And then you ruin more families that then go on to not heal properly and not raise new citizens that keep them from interacting with the police. This is not the way to go. I don't understand how in my lifetime we've lost that lesson, that there are people from the impacted communities who have lost their class relation, who have gotten to a point of privilege and now no longer care about what damage that does to this community. And I really appreciate the people that are working to keep this community together. The community seems to be doing most of the heavy lifting right now, and we're inviting you on board.
As I first stated, I'm Reverend Dr. Evelyn Underwood. I've been in this community, at least 70 years, and been coming to city council and all for probably the last 40. The budget. I think I'm looking at this right now. It's been a while since I poured over the budget with the assistance of the staff. About 5 or 6 years ago. and I hope I'm still looking at this right. Am I reading this right? A 13.1 million shortfall, is that it? Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I thought I saw.
No, that's not correct.
Oh, then did I do the, what does that mean? I took 90.6 and took 77.5 from 90.6. I got 13.1 million, is that not right? What is that? Oh, it's not a shortfall? So it's not balanced, is it? Is it balanced? Okay, somebody, okay, they can't talk to me, but anyway, the budget, ma'am, the budget is a moral document. Many people have said that over and over again as I watched. Now, maybe I've seen this before, but I don't think I've seen it before. There's been that much of a difference between expenditures and revenues. I don't like looking at it. Maybe I'm looking wrong, but I don't like looking at it. Now I know there's things, there's budget amendments and all that, but I just don't like the way it looks here. Yeah. I would just like to say there's been much discussion, and as I said, I wasn't here. I was at home, and I was listening to the budget and I know we were gonna. Well, I didn't see anything like this. I guess I didn't think that we would be presenting a budget with that much of a shortfall, difference in expenditures, and I know there's a possibility of balancing it, but how? And what input will we have? And one example, I've just been listening to, I underline, community services. And in listening, every time we come to community services, and I know they're committed dealing with youth and all, and from what I understand, they're planning to increase somewhat the community services. However, I believe I heard the other night someone saying, the council people were talking, and maybe it was that Tuesday night after they had stayed till 11 o'clock, that Monday night, and then they went over the next night, and they were talking about the budgets and all of that. I think that's when I can recall that. And I heard someone say that when it comes to community services, I guess it was reimbursement. I think it was Braden. They asked him a question relating to that, and there was something about the fact that if an organization was receiving funding, and I guess they reimburse them, and they could cut them off in 30 days without cause. I said, wait a minute, without cause? And they agreed, without cause, they can do it. They have, but I said, nah, we've given monies, had other monies for different things, but like things rather than people. When it comes to people and people's lives, and just like the gentleman that spoke, and the young lady that spoke, I'm not naming names, so I don't want them to do me like what happened to Miss Jasmine in this House of Representatives, no, the Senate, the Congresswoman. So I want to make sure is that my time up? Okay.
I just wanted to add that the document is not available on the website. I looked a couple days ago, and even today, and it said it's not found. So the document in here is not available.
Hey there. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna stop you. Cool. I'm glad you brought that. Hey there again. I'm Camille. Councilmember Hersey, I sent you an email just now. I would love to talk with you more about this. I've really spent a lot of time digging into that report. I've been approaching it from a place of curiosity, and like, you know, I disagree with some of the ideas behind what leads to recommendations, but I can talk this through with you, and like my understanding might mean digging into a little bit of math together, but I think we can like approach it pretty reasonably. I sent an email a while ago offering that to any of y'all. I'm still totally open to it. You got my email, and sure, Councilmember Hersey, I sent you another one, and that would be great. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Okay, if there's no further public input, I was going to read it at the next meeting. Then I will call this public hearing. I'm going to read them at the next meeting. Adjourned. Ready? Okay, so I will call the Committee of the Whole meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu.
Here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Miss Hersey.
Here.
Miss Colasetti.
Here.
Miss Bishop.
Here.
Miss Wilkin.
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Here.
Mayor Marlin.
Here.
Next up is approval of the minutes from the previous meeting of 6-3 and 6-4.
I'll move approval of the minutes from 6/3/2024 and 6/4/2024 Committee of the Whole minutes.
Yes,
I'll second.
thank you.
Well, actually, I wasn't going to second. I was just going to make a comment to city council members. I had asked, and I'm going to check it, when they were talking about the increase in the rental registration inspectors, Ms. Mitten said that we needed an additional one, that we had two. But according to this book, we only have one, so it would go to two. However, some people are saying that it's on different funds. So I'm going to look into that. I just wanted to let people know that that was a question I had based on the minutes.
Okay, it's been moved by Jaya and seconded by James. Any corrections or substantial corrections on the minutes? Okay, all those
I
in.
have just one.
Yes.
Page 14 of 18 on the minutes packet, although it says 17 in the corner. The last paragraph says CM Wilkins stated that the budget proposals seem reasonable. If we could just clarify, change it to stated that CM Evans' budget proposals seem reasonable. Just to clarify, please.
Okay, noted.
Thank you.
All those in favor with that slight correction by Councilmember Wilkin, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Next is additions to the agenda. I don't think there are any. Next is presentations and public input. There are no presentations, but if there's anyone else who would like to address the Committee of the Whole. Okay, I will read some of these emails. Dear Urbana City Council, we really don't need any more cops in Urbana. We have more than enough. How about we spend those resources on something that that's actually good for the residents? You could probably cut back on the police force substantially, and the only thing people would notice is being harassed slightly less for petty violations. Feel free to read my comment at the meeting. Thanks, Wyatt Kuster. Dear Madam, dear Sir, please read my comment out loud during public input. My name is Sarah Berta, and I am a UC community member since 2021. I take a lot of pride in living in this diverse and welcoming community and am involved with initiatives through my job here at the University Library, the IMC, and grassroots movements. Having lived in capital cities such as London and Paris, I have seen the damage and mistrust of police forces firsthand. In a smaller community that is tighter knit, I believe that we can find solutions before jumping the gun and increasing budgets. I learned about the Barry Dunn consultant who came and offered suggestions. They prompted the officials of UC to consider alternative community response models. It is troubling to see so many council members jump to a decision based on the report without a bare minimum, the completion of the report. As a community member, I ask council to genuinely consider community response models as an alternative to increase policing. Together, we can solve this. To the City Council of Urbana. Please read my comment out loud during public input. My name is Catherine Doulerud, and I am an Urbana resident. When Barry Dunn was first hired as a consultant, the stated goal was to consider alternative models to policing. It is troubling to see many council members jump to the decision to hire more police. As it stands, Barry Dunn has seemingly only released phase 1 of its study. In addition, the recommendation to add more police officers and in turn increase the police budget is based solely on the idea that police can respond to emergency calls that are received. However, approximately 72% of Urbana 911 calls routed to the police are for non-criminal complaints or are noise ordinance related. Further, implementing alternative models would be much less expensive for the city based on available salary data. As a community member, I ask council to genuinely consider community response models as an alternative to increasing police, as it is quite clear from the numbers that hiring more police is not needed when considering other factors. Thank you, Catherine Doulerud. Please read aloud the letter below at tonight's meeting. Unfortunately, I have to stay home prepping for a colonoscopy. Greetings. I have genuine concerns about the community engagement officer position being recommended for hire. According to the National Center for Post-Traumatic Syndrome Disorder, about 8% of women and 4% of men have PTSD in any given year. From 15 to 43% of females under 18 and 14 to 43% of males under 18 experience at least one trauma before adulthood. I admit I am leery about police officers being the community engagement face of the police force and would prefer someone in the mental health field. However, I have looked at the Illinois Law Enforcement and Training State Board site and do see a 40-hour crisis intervention elective offered. If these positions are filled by police, will the 40-hour training be mandatory and mandatory continuing education requirements? As a trained social worker and a board member of the local Trauma and Resiliency Initiative, I feel such training should be mandatory for all officers, since all officers engage with the public. Respectfully, Lee Ann Kelly. Dear City Council, please read the below email into the record tonight at the City Council meeting. My name is Sam Eilinger, and I'm an Urbana resident. I have spent some time reviewing the Barry Dunn report and listening to the public comments made by other community members in the past. It is with this information in mind that I ask the City Council to decide against increasing the police budget. At a minimum, this decision should not be rushed or be made when we don't have all the information. Perhaps most importantly, Barry Dunn has not completed their analysis, and their report on alternative models is still forthcoming. Since the city has invested in hiring Barry Dunn, why would the council approve this budget with a drastic increase in funds for UPD before their analysis is complete? This budget increase is supposed to help UPD deal with call volume, which often includes nonviolent requests for assistance. In those cases, Urbana could and should consider alternative models, particularly when dealing with mental health crises. It could be more helpful to involve a social worker, therapist, or other professional who specializes in such work. The city is asking for the Urbana Police Department to be the answer to all the needs of our community when that is not realistic or sustainable. Our community needs increased support for housing, mental health, and food security. Our community needs access to support and assistance with getting basic needs met. Social workers are trained to do such things and equipped to help community members understand what support is available to them. Can we not explore methods to diversify the types of support we can offer to the community members in crisis? I am hoping for a model where, when I interact with community members in need of mental health first aid without the resources to get to Carl, that we could call a social worker on call together to get support in accessing those resources. I ask that City Council take the time to just make the first choice available now, but to explore all of the options and possibilities to find a solution that meets the needs of our community. Please vote against increasing the police budget and present some alternatives for community members to explore with you. Best regards, Sam Eilinger. Good afternoon, council members. I hope this email finds you well. I ask that this email be read on the record at the Monday, June 17th, 2024 meeting. On the evening of Monday, June 10th, 2024, I listened to the City Council meeting. Once again, I listened to constituents attack and continue to make false and accusatory comments about Urbana police officers and blatantly tear them down. I have watched the same hecklers and their posse interrupt, disrespect, and present old data from 2007 to 2016, when you have received real-time and current data and statistics about crime in the Urbana community. Why do you continue to entertain comments from constituents that lack credibility and lack credible sources of proof for what they are citing? Regardless, if crime is decreasing in Urbana, crime is still occurring. I listen to my police scanner every evening and listen to the number of calls for service via the police scanner, a scanner that I downloaded from the Apple Store. Do you understand the lack of concern from the same constituents who are loud each week versus not approving the budget proposal for additional officers to ensure that crime continues to decrease and for the safety of our community? Increasing additional staff is not unusual, but we have some members who sit on our city council who apparently have never worked in organizations that have been understaffed, work continuous mandatory overtime, and who get the luxury of spending time with their loved ones. If there's a shortage of officers now and/or officers get injured or sick, the police department will be even shorter. Are you willing to risk even more lives and crime in the Urbana community by not hiring additional officers? If you call 911 to report a crime, the 911 dispatcher then dispatches a police officer to go to the scene. We will always need our police officers in a lot of different situations, and no matter how much you try to pick apart, congregate with cliques, and even meet certain constituents outside of meetings to compare your stories to ensure you vote the same, not hiring additional police officers is also neglecting the safety of our community. This community has an opportunity to repair broken relationships, trust, and more through implementing a community engagement team that is hands-on and can go into most of our vulnerable neighborhoods and triage a lot of the issues and concerns that our community residents express. The implementation of a community engagement team does not take away the services that current and existing community organizations are providing. The community engagement team will assess crises and direct individuals and families to the community organizations that align with the needs of those individuals and families at and during those calls for service. Community policing prioritizes positive relationships between police officers and local communities. The approach focuses on working with communities to identify and address the causes of crime and disorder rather than just reacting to calls for service, which the chief and deputy chief have shown you week after week. The community engagement team can assist with rebuilding and preserving those relationships in our most vulnerable communities. Those are spaces that you frequently speak about with outdated data and a lack of research skills to know that this model has been proven over and over to be effective and has worked. Our most vulnerable populations and the community which they live in are also spaces that are frequent and you do not. We need continuous engagement with citizens, visible police presence, and a team that can dedicate their time to these areas consistently and continuously. This model and proven methodology has been shown through current data and research. This is in your face, and half of you are choosing to ignore the facts for your personal and implicit bias to please less than 1% of those who speak out about Black and brown people and communities who know nothing about my people. Half of you have decided that while there are several agencies who continue to replicate the services that several organizations in this community provide, you only choose those who are your friends or are bullying you to make a decision to choose them. Shameful. When community organizations make their own requests for funding for additional staff due to the needs in the community, why aren't they questioned? As a community member, I can tell you that monies that have been designated to some of these organizations have not always been spent nor designated towards said services. I am glad that the Champaign City Council makes organizations in Champaign show what and where monies are directed towards. However, Urbana does not. Have you ever questioned how some of the very same constituents who have people speaking out and putting them on a pedestal have purchased new vehicles and homes? Have you investigated why some of the services have been discontinued after receiving city monies? Why are agencies truly spending over $100,000 and to the point they are well in the negative and cry for help? There needs to be a policy in place that requires these organizations to report every single penny of what they did with their FERPA monies and any other monies they have received from the city of Urbana. Again, not ready to have that conversation. In the past, I have reached out to some of these, and the rest of this letter will be in the record. From Dr. LaShonda Cunningham. Okay, let me take a sip of water. Dear Urbana City Council members and Mayor Marlin, I hope the City Council members took advantage of the police officers' offer last week for a ride-along. This experience helps people understand and appreciate the hard work and dedication of our police officers. They not only keep our community safe, but also play a vital role as first responders. The police officers are an integral part of our community, and they perform their duties with exceptional skill and commitment. I support the budget increase to the police force in accordance with the recommendations of the Barry Dunn report. Regarding a public comment from earlier this month in which the speaker accused the campus police of excess force against her during a campus protest. The speaker neglected to mention a few things about the protest. Prior to the protest, flyers were distributed on the calling to, quote, escalate for Gaza, end quote, and to take, quote, militant direct action, end quote, see attached. The protesters were practicing, quote, de-arrest, end quote, on the quad prior to the day of the protest in preparation for confrontation with the police. See attached, quote, de-arrest primer, end quote, that was shared by the protest organizers on social media. People from Chicago were bussed in to join the protest on our campus. Resisting arrest is a crime. Class A misdemeanor if no one got hurt. Class 4 felony if someone got injured. Protesters that deliberately break the rules of time, place, and manner, prepare for confrontation with police, and resist arrest are not peaceful protesters. It is ironic that the same protesters who increased the police force workload are now asking the city not to increase the police budget. Sincerely, Ruth Kantorowicz. Hello, City Council members. Please read my comment during tonight's meeting. I am strongly opposed to any budget that increases funding to the Urbana Police. Not only is crime in Urbana at a historic low, but thousands of Urbana residents took to the streets only 4 years ago to demand an end to police violence in our communities. I believe that the Urbana City Council should commit to not increasing the police budget until the alternative response study has been completed. If the majority of service calls received by the city are non-criminal and non-violent, it is an absurd waste of taxpayers' money to increase the police budget. Instead, we must invest in programs to end poverty in our community. I look forward to seeing an Urbana budget that is fair and represents the needs of our community, not the ambitions of the Chief of Police. Sincerely, Leslie Owens. Please read my comment out loud during public input. Hi, I'm Deborah. I've loved living in Urbana for the last 10 years and being part of the community. Tonight, I ask the council to genuinely consider community response models as an alternative to increasing police. When the Barry Dunn consultant was first hired, the goal was to consider alternative community response models. It is distressing to see many council members jump to a decision before the report is completed, which involves 3 more steps for the 4-part plan. Here are some highlights from the first phase of the report that prove Urbana can greatly benefit from implementing community responses instead of increasing police. It has been proven many times over that increasing police increases crime rates. To truly prevent crime, we must invest in community resources and programs to meet the basic life needs of our citizens. Cunningham Township provides excellent services that could do so much more if we invest in them in addition to community responders. 64.6% of calls for Urbana Police Service are not related to any crime, almost double the rate of comparable cities. If we add music and noise complaints, which also aren't crimes, that number rises to 72% of all calls. Crime in Urbana has been on a historic low for 2 years. Alternative response lightens the load for officers while providing trauma-informed, equitable care at less cost. An entry-level cop costs taxpayers about $100,000 a year in salary and benefits alone. An entry-level licensed social worker with 4 to 6 years of education costs only about $55,000. When a nonviolent crisis happens, it is safer for everyone involved to avoid escalation that a weapon brings to otherwise nonviolent crisis situations. Since 70% plus calls are non-criminal in nature, it does not make sense to send law enforcement personnel. In communities with community-based responders, responders can be given radios to directly call for backup from the police if needed. Research found that responders almost never need to call for backup, and the research agency had never heard of a community responder being hurt. The Urbana Police already have a higher ratio of administrative to patrol staff than comparable departments. Their investigation staff has, quote, strong availability, end quote, so they are taking on patrol duties to spend their time since investigations are rare due to our historically low crime rate. Patrol officers will have plenty of time to get all their work done if we have community responders handle 70% of current calls. I happily live in Ward 7, which is also home to many socioeconomically depressed groups, myself included. Traffic stops can be deadly for our Black and brown community members, and increasing police ensures an escalation in police violence. Mr. Quisenberry, it is in your interest to vote in favor of the community responders to protest these community members. We voted you into position, and we can replace you just as easily. All of this information and more can be found and verified at ucimc.org/petition fact sheet. Thank you. And that was from Deborah Hollenberg. Please read these comments into the record. June 17, 2024, dear Mayor and City Council, what I recognize about the debate about policing and budgetary issues is that the number of people who understand the decisions related to these two issues probably number around a dozen people in the whole city, and most of them are taking part in the meeting tonight. The citizenry is not well informed about this issue, despite the sums of money in play. In my experience, when they hear about the proposal, they are against it. I count myself among those against the proposal, and I wouldn't count myself among those dozen people who really know this stuff. I don't understand the city budget or how your decisions today will affect public safety tomorrow. Is the city going to be expanding the police budget on the backs of the underclass and working class? As you approach a vote on the budget, that question is worth asking. My perception is this: you provide huge increases to the police in one budget, then work out how to pay for it in subsequent budgets. Will you cut social service spending, raise taxes on liquor or video gambling or marijuana? All those are consumer-oriented regressive taxes that disproportionately impact the underclass and the working class. So does the sales tax. So did the grocery store tax that the state ended and will result in a revenue shortfall for the city of $1 million. The mayor is quoted as saying the city will absorb the loss this year. The future city governments will need to account for the missing revenue. This is where I feel lost. How does the city just absorb $1 million loss? Plan for a lot of new spending and think about it later. Maybe you plan to raise taxes exclusively on those who can afford to pay them, without really needing to adjust their lifestyles or expectations of the future. If you do this, if you try to tax the rich to pay for the police, the city would have to anticipate all kinds of hassles. Whereas if you tax those who can least afford to pay, they are also supremely unlikely to show up at city council meetings. If the budget gets snarled in the coming years and the police chief keeps coming back for more as he plans to, then you will likely resolve budgetary problems on the backs of the underclass and working class with cuts to social programs, increases in regressive taxes. Notice that no one taking part in this process would ever stand up and say, I would like to expand the police budget in one of the most impoverished cities in the states on the backs of the underclass and working class. But that is how the political narrative could well play out in the coming years. Even as it does play out, no one will say they are doing what they are doing. City government will have new members, new topics will occupy the council's agenda. Then everyone notices we don't have much budgetary discretion because all of the prior and ongoing spending increases for the police, plus revenue shortfalls. So to do anything new and to cover ongoing costs, those future city representatives will cut social programs or raise regressive taxes. I don't think the discussion has adequately addressed the possibility you are taking part in the first step to expand the police budget at the expense of the people least able to pay for it. I recommend you pause any major increases to the police budget until you examine all the possible uses of your present spending authority. At the least, this means waiting for the Barry Dunn study to be fully presented, as well as giving a fair hearing to an alternative responder model. Thanks for considering my comments. Respectfully, Ron Kester. Are there any more emails? Go.
Jay or me? Okay. Hello, City Council member, City Council. Please read this as public input. My name is Javonda White, and I was released May 2nd, 2023. I was set up in a transitional housing center in Chicago to start my 3 years parole, having served 15 years. I was put on house arrest for 30 days. I completed it and was taken off house arrest. I was sent to Chicago, a place that I was not familiar with and had no support nor friends or family, and they told me I had to survive there, and they told me I had to figure it out with no birth certificate or Social Security card, and could not get the Social Security card because I did not have a birth certificate. I got to Champaign via my sister that was from Indiana, and she came and picked me up in Chicago and brought me down to Champaign, where I have friends and family. I began surfing on my other sister, other relatives, grandmother, and wherever I could sleep. I went to First Followers for assistance, and they provided me with a bus pass and clothing and other essentials, as well as helping me with job searches. I then met Ms. Tammy Little, the Transitional Housing Coordinator from First Followers, on November 15th, 2023, to apply for the Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Reentry Pilot Program. At the time that I submitted the application, I was advised that they were out of funding. I was told that I would be first on the list to get a one-year voucher, but when funding became available, I was no longer eligible, and I am still homeless to this day. So instead of putting more funding into more policing, please consider programs like the Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Reentry Pilot Program that would help me to get housing and become a productive member of society. Without more housing programs and First Followers, all the others being released behind me will be in the same dilemma. Thank you, Javonda White.
For the record, I've lived in Urbana for over 50 years. I've never been assaulted, robbed, or hurt. Urbana has the opportunity to forge a new path for itself. Please don't rush into a decision before the alternatives are clear. Please clarify those alternatives with maximal resident input and the best thinking available. We can make a new model. Creativity abounds in Urbana. Let's use it. The study is partly done. Let's complete it. The community wants to be heard. Let's hear it. We're opening new ground for improving life in Urbana. Let's do it. Please don't jump ahead and close off healthy discussion and research. There's no reason to do so. Sincerely, Jeff Glassman, Ward 5. I have a couple more. Dear members of the Urbana City Council and Mayor Merlin, please read the below at public comment. I'm an Urbana resident and am out of town assisting family, but wanted to be sure to add my voice to those of others who question the FY 2025 budget proposal for its dramatic multi-million-dollar spending plan. For this evening's comments, I would like to ask two related questions. One, why push through so many new police positions now while the Barry Dunn report and review is still ongoing? Why now? How is this responsible when so many elements of this research are ongoing, and especially when several members of the council and the mayor are not seeking re-election? Two, how will this affect the pocketbooks of Urbana residents in the months and years to come? This new budget proposal is tied to future increases. How can Urbana afford this without increasing taxes down the road? What will residents think of this plan then? What of other ways that Urbana might want to spend money in the future? This current budget forecloses any flexibility to take other routes. Again, why push this through in this way right now? I'm confused as to why elements of this budget are being pushed through while they are still under review. Community engagement around policing is an area that needs much more robust attention, more time, indeed the time already expected to be given to this matter. To allow reports to conclude and all manner of different and key stakeholders to participate in discussion would only further knit together the community at large. Short-circuiting this process will only lead to further division. Sincerely, Lyle Leopold. Hello, City Council. Please read my comment out loud during public comment. Dual Dasiki, member of CU Muslim Action Committee and CU Local. I'm asking the council not to rush a decision on such an important topic that will have a very long-lasting impact on our community. Do not approve the increase to the police force at this time. Allow time for you as a council to truly consider all options, including but not limited to the full Barry Dunn report. Thank you, Dua. Then I've got, I think, just one more. Hello, J.I. wrote a statement regarding socially conscious spending for collective impact on violence reduction and community healing. I would like if you could read my statement at the end of community input session tonight. Hello, distinguished members of Urbana City Council. I'm writing this evening to highlight a recent presentation we did for the county board regarding outreach activities. Last week, several of my colleagues and service recipients shared powerful testimonies about the transformative impact of the services they received thanks to county ARPA funding provided to our organization. The outcomes were truly inspiring. For instance, we documented over 300 outreach activities in economic development and job readiness, more than 200 activities in advocacy and community engagement, and over 151 outreach activities in community health and wholeness. This totals well over 700 impactful actions, all achieved for a fraction of the cost compared to the current $2 million increase for additional police officers. We are just one part of a large coalition of organizations under the Blueprint to Reduce Community Violence initiative put forth by the City of Champaign, Illinois, which includes up to 20 organizations to create social change. Our goal in using these funds was to utilize a comprehensive wraparound system to address gaps and help reduce violence as an outcome. By collaborating closely with smaller community organizations as well as state-run social services, we aim to create a more effective approach to healing, support, and violence reduction in the community. I firmly believe that increased investment in social services by the city can significantly enhance community well-being and bring about meaningful positive change. Before committing to this substantial increase in funding for more police officers and burdening the community with this considerable expense, it would be in the best interest of the community to, one, wait for the second part of the Dunn report and its recommendations before hiring any new officers. Two, hold a community forum on discussion to determine the best approach. Three, develop a detailed action plan for moving forward. By taking these steps, we can ensure that the city's resources are used in the most effective way possible to foster a safer, healthier, and more cohesive community. Thank you, James E. Corbin II, Tiger. Bush followers. I think that's it.
Anybody else have any emails? Anyone else before public input closes? Okay. Moving on to staff report. Okay. Moving on to new business. First item is ordinance number 2024-06-021, an ordinance amending the Urbana zoning map, a 2,625 square foot strip of land adjacent to 710 Cunningham Avenue, plan case number 2490-M-24.
Good evening, Council.
Yes.
I'm just thinking that we might want to extend the meeting, and I don't know if we should extend it to 10:45 or 11?
Probably 11.
11? All right, then I will make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11.
Second.
It's been moved by Mary Alice and seconded by Jaya that the meeting be extended to 11. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Marcus. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Council is being asked to rezone, to approve rezoning a 15-foot by 175-foot strip of land under purchase contract by Mark Allen from East Lawn Burial Park to change the zoning district from agricultural to B3 general business to allow the expansion of the existing vehicle service facility at 710 Cunningham Avenue. Plan Commission reviewed the rezoning on June 6, 2024, and voted unanimously to recommend approval to City Council. Staff requests that this item be placed on Council's consent agenda for next week's meeting. Approval of the rezoning will have no impact on city services. The rezoning aligns with the community business future land designation in the comprehensive plan. In front of you, you see the 15-foot strip along the south side of the vehicle service facility parcel, just north of the saline drainage ditch. The proposed building expansion is roughly here in the back of the building. And some photographs. The yellow part is basically where that strip of land would be off the side of the existing parking lot. Here is that strip again. Here is where the building expansion would be. Building expansion. And there is the recommendation from Plan Commission to forward it to you for approval. And that is the end of my staff report.
Are there any questions for Marcus? Yes, Mary Alice.
So if I can summarize this a bit, the land that they bought is from the cemetery?
They have not bought it yet. It's under contract.
They want to buy it from the cemetery, which is zoned as agriculture right now.
Yes.
And they just need to buy this little strip so that they have a wider drive around?
The entire property has to be zoned B3 to allow
Gotcha.
auto use on it. So even if they're just driving on it, it's got to be zoned B3.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
When will that, I guess, do you know when that purchase will be complete?
All of the paperwork has been turned in, but they're not going to buy it until they know that they have the zoning. If the zoning is not approved, they're not going to buy the strip.
Any other questions? Okay.
I can make a motion.
Sure.
I will move on to the consent agenda at the next city council meeting, ordinance number 2024-06021, and ordinance amending the Urbana zoning map, A2 625 square foot strip of land adjacent to 710 Cunningham Avenue, plan case number 2490M24.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mary Alice and seconded by Jaya that ordinance number 2024-06-021 and ordinance amending the Urbana zoning map, a 2,625 square foot strip of land adjacent to 710 Cunningham Avenue, plan case number 2490-M-24, be moved onto City Council for approval on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, that passes. Next item is ordinance number 2024-06-022, and ordinance redistricting the wards of the city of Urbana, Illinois.
I'll be taking that.
Okay.
Yes, what you have before you tonight is an ordinance and a proposed ward map that will become the official ward map for the city of Urbana for next spring's election. Just some background information, official population of the city of Urbana decreased approximately 7% as a result of the census 2020, from 41,250 people in 2010 to 38,336 people in 2020. City council ward boundaries had to be adjusted to reflect the census 2020 count, that's required, and to rebalance the population among the 7 city council wards. We had to complete this before the petitions are filed in later this year for next spring election. So over the past months, we had invited the public to participate in this process using a map tool called Dave's Redistricting. We invited the public to submit maps. And that public also included city council members if they chose to participate. Through a process, the city council identified first 3 finalist maps, then identified one that they preferred based on a number of different criteria such as compactness, minority representation, deviation from population, basically population and that sort of thing. And the last step were a couple of tweaks on the preferred map, which brings us to tonight. So the map that is in the packet is the final map proposed by the Urbana City Council, and you have an ordinance that goes along with that, and you also have the official ward descriptions written out in text as well.
Okay, is there any questions? Sharice?
I have a question.
Oh, I'll get to you, Grace. Sharice?
I guess I'm just wondering, I didn't see that in my packet when I downloaded it. I could be, where is it?
Starting on page, it's numbered 34 in the packet.
But it's like page 65 in the packet.
Okay, so maybe I just didn't download the right thing. Okay, thank you.
This is the final map.
Grace, what was your question?
I didn't recall seeing any additional public input on this version of the map. I just didn't know if someone could confirm that or speak to if there was any further input on this version.
There was none received at the specialized email that was set up, and it was posted on the website.
Mary Alice?
So I was, as I looked at this map, I know that there were some edits to map 8, and from what I can tell, the major edits here are Ward 4 takes back PAR and FAR and carves a little bit out of the northern part of 7, and then 6, I think, is more compact than it is currently, but was it James and Grace who worked on this last version? I don't know if you guys could speak to that a little bit in terms of what were summarize what the changes were.
James?
All right, yeah, I can speak to it. Grace had taken the maps and made some adjustments based on what she wanted to see with how Ward 6 would look at the end of it. She had some specific ideas in mind with that, and she could speak to that more if she wishes. Unfortunately, it left Ward 7 and 4 and 5 out of balance, and so I took what Grace had done and moved it back into balance. The other aspect of that was the map resembles the current wards a little bit more than any of the other options that we had previously. There are still some to it. 4 is still wide and short, and some of 6 works up into a little bit of corner there. Does not follow some of the compact and contiguous ideas, but from a scoring model, it scores out better than average, both in that and in minority representation. Preserves Ward 3 to be very similar to what it has been in the past, And Ward 2 has, I think, some movement to the east a little bit in that process. And Grace, if you want to talk a little bit to what was in your mind when you provided that alternate?
Yes, I would, if I'm recognized by Chandra.
Yeah, go ahead, Grace.
Thanks. Yes, I think your summary there is accurate. I will reiterate that one of my intentions here with Ward 6 was to avoid a somewhat homogeneous, affluent, suburban ward, which with the changes that were made to my proposed Ward 6, I think that goal isn't quite achieved here. I think that there are some key neighborhoods that would no longer be part of Ward 6, but I think that the shape of it makes sense looking at the map. But in my opinion, it's not entirely accurate to say it's similar to the other one. I think in a lot of ways it is, but I think there are some key areas that would no longer be part of Ward 6.
Mary Alice?
Grace or James, do you guys happen to remember the largest population deviation based on the final numbers here? Is it on there? Oh, I couldn't
Got a
find it.
handout at church. I forgot to say I printed out a handout of the analytics that you should have your seat.
One.
All right, I grabbed somebody else's. Wow,
yes,
the
James.
deviation is small.
James, go ahead.
Yeah, and I will point out that because we anticipate the census, the special census, to bring some population back into wards 1 and 2. That's why those are on the negative side of the deviation, even though they're still small. The problem is that the census is going to throw this significantly out of whack if it's successful. We all hope it's successful in counting a number of more people because it means more funding for the city. But in this circumstance, we can only approve a new map that meets the standard as it is. We can't anticipate too much of what the special census might do.
Mayor?
And in case folks are wondering why we can't wait until after the census to do the new map, we are required to have a map done before the next election using the 2020 census. So we're stuck with the 2020 census numbers until 2030 as far as maps go. But this is a terrific map. It's excellent. It really hits the criteria, and I want to thank everyone who participated in the process, who submitted maps, and who contributed along the way.
Mary Alice?
Can I make a motion? I am not going to put it on the consent agenda. Changing the word maps is a big deal. So for the regular agenda at the next city council meeting, I move approval of ordinance number 2024-06-022, an ordinance redistricting the wards of the city of Urbana, Illinois for 2024.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mary Alice and seconded by Sharice. That ordinance number 2024-06-022, an ordinance redistricting the wards of the city of Urbana, Illinois, 2024, onto city council for approval on the regular agenda. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Grace.
Thank you. I would just say that I'm open to finagling a bit. I don't know if that's what Mary Alice was getting at. Last time this was brought up, the majority of council seemed to not want to mess with any further details, and just wanted to say that I'm still open to that if others are.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Next item on the agenda is ordinance number 2024-06-023, an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance, budget amendment number 9, fiscal year 2023 to 2024 estimates.
So I'm going to ask Kyle to speak first to the budget amendment. Just a note that we've addressed both the budget ordinance and the budget amendment for the current fiscal year in one memo.
Okay, good evening. So the amendment for the 2020 fiscal 2024 budget is mostly housekeeping items related to things like the timing of expenditures. A couple of exceptions to that relate to the capital improvement fund. Historically and initially, all public facility projects have been tracked and housed within one project, 40800. The proposal within this amendment is to break out the fire station so that each of the fire stations has its own project, just to facilitate more clear management and tracking of the spend related to each of those fire stations. And then related to the sanitary sewer fund, it's a proposed increase of $20,000 to pay for sewer lateral reimbursements, and that's related to a handful of additional applications that have come through for that program.
Do you want me to go ahead and speak to the next ordinance now?
I think we should keep them separate. Are there any questions on the budget amendment? Yes, Sharice.
I'll make a motion. Okay, I'd like to make a motion for regular agenda ordinance number 2024-06-023, and ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance, budget amendment number 9, fiscal year 2023 to 2024 estimates HRF, go to a regular agenda for approval to the city council.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Sharice, seconded by Mary Alice. Ordinance number 2024-06-023, and ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance, budget amendment number 9, fiscal year 2023 to 2024 estimates, on to city council for approval on the regular agenda. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Last item under new business is ordinance number 2024-06-024, an ordinance approving the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 annual budget.
So this is the ordinance that would approve next fiscal year's budget, and what you have on the exhibit is all the changes that we currently have from what is in your proposed budget document. So I will speak about some of those. First of all, when the state legislature did their final approval on the state's budget, they delayed the elimination of the grocery tax until January 1, 2026. And so there's actually an increase in revenue of $1 million. We count that as a one-time revenue because we know that there's an end date on that. In community development, per council direction, a $200,000 increase in recurring expense for social services funding is included. In public works, a $127,000 and some odd dollar increase to urban forestry to add an arbor technician. And also there are some just minor amounts rolled forward, $50,000 for grants, consultant, and $10,000 for mobile tablets. In police, per council direction, the amount that was originally budgeted for a social worker position, which would have been a personnel expense for the city, has now been moved into a professional services line so that we could presumably work out a new contract with Rosecrans or similar to continue that type of service. And then, as we discussed, also a reduction in professional services that have been rolled forward over several years to pay for the Very Dunn study. And then an increase of $800,000 in one-time transfers to the capital improvement fund, which relates to reconciling a transfer between funds. There's some roll forwards of items in the VERF. They're listed there in the memo, and there were some adjustments in the ARPA fund. In the general reserve fund, there's also a change in the amount and timing of the settlement on the Carl property tax case. We expect that'll happen after July 1, and it'll be a smaller number than we originally anticipated. In addition to that, I provided some information on some of the things that were under discussion on June 10th, just to hopefully provide some clarity for additional changes that you may want to make. So one of the things that was discussed was increasing debt for the fire stations by $1 million to $10 million. Again, that would increase the interest cost by $220,000 over 10 years. So keeping the bond issue at $9 million actually would leave more funds available for infrastructure improvements. And then there were a number of items discussed related to the police department. So one was a proposal that there be no increases in police department staffing. So after considering that we already reallocated the funding for the social worker position, that would result in a savings of about $899,000 annually and $806,000 in one-time cost. Again, not including that social worker position. There was another proposal to include a total of 4 patrol positions, 2 of which would backfill the new deputy chief and training sergeant positions, and 2 of which would be additional patrol officers. That would result in a recurring reduction of about $103,000 and a one-time reduction of about $22,000. And then if council were to just add 2 positions to backfill the deputy chief and the training sergeant positions, that would result in a recurring reduction of $309,000 and a one-time reduction of $66,000. Reducing staffing for the community engagement team pilot program to 2 officers would result in a one-time reduction of $103,000. And then the amount of fund balance that was reserved for the 2nd and 3rd years of the pilot program could also be reduced. And then finally, reducing or eliminating staffing for the community service responders would result in about a $225,000 recurring savings and $46,000 and one-time savings. So those are some of the things that were discussed on June 10th. You may have other things that you want to discuss at this point, and we're prepared to make adjustments to the exhibit so that you can have a final budget ordinance for next week that reflects whatever direction we get.
Okay, are there any questions for Elizabeth or Kyle? Okay,
I do have a question.
sure, go ahead, Grace.
I was wondering, why are we calling it backfilling new positions instead of adding the positions of deputy chief and training sergeant? To my understanding, that's what we would be doing, right? On especially I appreciate your notes here on page 3 of 5, that 3rd bullet point down from on that 2nd list, adding 2 positions to backfill the new deputy chief and training sergeant positions. And I'm just been confused on the wording here, because we are adding 2 new leadership positions, and then we're just hiring new patrol officers to fill a vacancy, right?
Correct.
And especially as far as the budget, we're not adding any patrol officers in that case. We're adding these leadership positions. Is that correct? And could you help me understand the wording there?
Yeah, that's correct. The wording is just perhaps not the same as what you would use, but I think that's how we've discussed it internally, so it's.
Carol.
I might just add that because they would be internal promotions, then we think of we're not hiring just an open hiring process. That's for the patrol officers that would be hired in as the cascading promotions would take place. So that's why we think of it as backfill, because they would be internal promotions that then need to be backfilled at the bottom with a patrol officer. So,
Correct,
But
yes.
I think as long as everyone has the correct understanding, it is a semantics issue.
Yeah, and just to clarify what Carol said, so if we create a second deputy chief, let's say a lieutenant gets promoted to deputy chief, then a sergeant's going to get promoted to lieutenant, and a patrol officer's going to get it promoted to sergeant. So ultimately, there's a gap at the bottom.
Yeah.
But to clarify, because I think this is how it was explained previously, this is adding 2 more patrol officers than we currently have.
Well, there's a couple of options listed here.
But the way we're describing it is backfill, right? In terms of folks moving up, if you're just looking at patrol, the net effect is 2 more patrol officers. Is that correct? Just
So-
looking at patrol, because I think that's the clarification that's needed. If we're not talking about folks moving up, what is the difference in terms of total patrol officers for this fiscal year versus if we're looking at just the backfill positions?
So you're saying if we're not talking about creating the new,
So what is the effect on patrol in terms of the total number of patrol officers of the proposed change in terms of those other positions?
so what's in the proposed budget would include backfilling the 2, so those aren't really new patrol officers, and there would be 3 additional. That's what's in the proposed budget.
So I'm just asking for like the total though, right? Like how many patrol officers do we have right now? Let's start with that. Because again, I think, we've heard a lot of confusion from community members. I want to make sure that we're all operating on the same understanding.
Right, and there's another change in here which kind of makes this a little bit confusing, which is 1.6 officers that have incorrectly been accounted for in patrol that are actually in investigations. So it would be currently, and I'll ask one of our police officers over there to help me if I get that wrong. Currently, there are 31, I believe, because 1.6 of the 32.6 are actually investigations. And in this budget, then there'd be 37, but that includes 3 who would be on the community engagement team. So it'd be 34 without the community
So
engagement team.
just with the 2 that we're talking about for the backfill, because again, I think that language is really confusing. So going from I think you just said 31 to, if we're just looking at the backfill, then what is that number?
If it's just the backfill, there's no increase in
Well,
patrol
that's
officers.
why I want clarification, because it's been described a couple different ways where it sounds like adding to, and this isn't a critique, I just want clarification of is it still 31 in patrol, or is it then 33 in patrol as we're looking at creating these new positions?
If it's just the backfill, it's still 31 in patrol. Somebody over there nod your head, please, to confirm.
There's no reason to be confused because it's confusing. To answer your question, if we backfill just those 2 positions that we're talking about, and if you want to use a different term and call it something else, that's fine, but I would use the term as Elizabeth has, backfill. There is no net change in the patrol division for just those 2 positions, the training sergeant and the deputy chief.
Thank you. I think that's something that's been really confusing for folks. I appreciate that clarification.
James?
Yeah, so if I could summarize, the budget as proposed would end up with 34 patrol officers. Bullet number 3 that we were just talking about would end up with 31 because there's no net change in patrol officers. And bullet number 2 would end up with 33 patrol officers. Is that?
That's correct, excluding the community engagement team, which is also in the
Right,
proposed
I'm just
budget.
talking about patrol. So original proposal 34, the bullet 2 is 33 and bullet 3 is 31, staying even. but adding those 2 leadership positions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Another question or two. I'm sorry with the delay. I can't see.
Yeah, go ahead, Grace.
Question, maybe rhetorical question, is if we could please call them by, I think, a more accurate term of the new positions that they are. Like if we could avoid the backfill term and just call it what they are, new deputy chief and new training sergeant positions for bullet point number 3. I think that makes things more clear. For the budget, the backfill isn't relevant here. I think we need to just talk about new positions, and that would make things more clear, in addition to talking about the net number of employees. And then my other question was what public input and engagement has gone into the proposed expansions in the police department, especially for the community engagement officers.
Can somebody in police help me with that question?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat it. We were having a sidebar.
Grace asked.
Sure.
Go ahead, Grace.
Oh, I was asking what community input has gone into developing this proposal for expansions in the police department, especially the community response, the community engagement officers.
Well, I can tell you when I first arrived, I started a series of conversations, as I did with the wards. We had the forums, and then I had the 101s in my office, speaking with various groups. Now, I can say definitively, everyone that I met with saw the need and was excited about additional officers in community relations. Now, that could be because we're one-on-one, face-to-face, but everyone that I met with regarding such embraced the concept. But they also said they had a concern based on historical events with respect to race relations and was curious as to how we could improve upon that. And I met with maybe 60 plus people over 3-4 months.
Okay. Any more questions, discussion, or questions? Yes, Sharice.
It's almost 11 o'clock, and for me, I have to go. So I was wondering if we could continue this discussion tomorrow, or if not, I just know I have to be somewhere right now. So I don't know how to move for that, or.
So we do have the option to extend by 30 minutes once more, and that's it, to 11:30. We also have the option to reconvene the meeting tomorrow, Tuesday, in chambers at 7 p.m. If we can ascertain if there will be a quorum of members who have that availability.
Okay, who's available tomorrow at 7 p.m.?
How about Grace?
Grace?
Yes, but I'm remote, so I don't count for a quorum anyway, but yes, thank you.
Yeah, I won't be available tomorrow, so somebody else will have to finish chairing the meeting. Okay, well, I guess we are recessing until,
So we have to, what we did last time, just to make it clear and clean and easy, is we have a motion and a second to a time and place certain for the reconvened meeting. So in this instance, we're going to motion to recess until tomorrow, Tuesday, June 18th, 2024 at 7 p.m. here in the Urbana City Council chambers, and we will resume the meeting business exactly where we left off on the agenda. So we will continue the discussion on this ordinance 2024-06-024.
Good question.
yeah, Mary Alice?
I'm just wondering, I know that Wednesday is a holiday, so we can't meet on Wednesday. Is there an option for meeting on Thursday so that everybody can join?
So if you wish to continue the meeting beyond the 48 hours, we will renotice and it'll be a brand-new meeting, and we will start at the top of the business for that day, which we absolutely have the ability to do, but understand that we will not pick up where we left off. It's a new meeting, which has the 48-hour notice requirement per the Open Meetings Act.
Just thinking about options. Thank you.
James, you had your hand up?
I could do that if that's helpful.
Me neither. I mean,
Yeah, if you're not
yeah, there's no point. So stick with Tuesday. I'm not available for the rest of the week.
Tuesday is better than Thursday for me.
No one's made a motion.
Well, I will move that we recess until tomorrow, Tuesday, June 18th at 7 p.m.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jay and seconded by James that we recess until tomorrow, June 18th at 7 p.m. All those in council chambers. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, this meeting is recessed.